I'm allowing about 1 minute for people to arrive. So. But no longer than that. So those of you who have arrived on time will be rewarded very shortly. Okay, let's make a start. Welcome to everybody to the first, hopefully of many, international conferences of the International Institute for Psychiatric Drug Withdrawal. My name's Professor John Reed. I'm a clinical psychologist. I work at the University of East London. And my role in all of this is largely as a researcher, rather than someone who's been through the experience or someone who does a lot of work helping people to come off. But we have the board and the institute is a nice mixture of those three types of people. So we know that there's at least 400 of you out there, which is wonderful. We know that you're from 25 countries at least, and we have people from every continent on the planet. So that's a good reason to thank the organizers. Thank all of you for being here, but to thank the organizers, in particular, our administrator, Lucy, who's been working tirelessly. Those of you who have never organized a conference have no idea how much hard work it is. So great thanks to Lucy. And also to Ordur, Rex, and there's Lucy. Hi, Lucy, hiding behind the logo there. To Ordur, Rex, and Rafaela, who had been organizing this conference to take place in Iceland, which was the original plan. We had to postpone that twice for obvious reasons. It was going to be a face-to-face conference. We very much hope and expect that we will be able to meet in Iceland next year. And we also hope that we'll be able to have these conferences either face-to-face or online, or both on an annual basis. So I'm currently chair of the Institute, so it's my job to sort of kick us off, and I'm going to just take a few minutes to talk a little bit about the concept of withdrawal. What do we mean? What are we talking about? Why do we need an institute at all? A little bit about the institute, and then a couple of housekeeping points. And then we're going to kick off with the first of our wonderful speakers, Karina. So, withdrawal. We're talking about, first of all, we're talking about psychiatric drugs specifically, and by that we mean antidepressants, antipsychotics, benzodiazepines, etc. We know that until quite recently, the extent of the numbers of people struggling to come off these drugs when they decide to reduce or withdraw has been wildly underestimated, except for benzodiazepines. We have known about that for many, many years, but it's more recently that we've understood how many people struggle with antidepressants, and the large surveys that have been done are showing that just over half of people, when they try to come off antidepressants, will experience some sort of withdrawal effects. And about half of those report those withdrawal effects as severe. And given that we're in England alone, 1 in 6 people are currently being prescribed antidepressants, we are quite literally talking about millions of people around the world as we speak, struggling to come off and experience a whole range of withdrawal effects, which we will get into in more detail as we go through the 2 days. We also know that there's little professional support for people as they go through this process. One of our goals, of course, is to change that and to increase the understanding of professionals and their role. And people come off also with very little accurate information. So currently, people are largely supporting one another via online groups and so forth. So a little bit about the Institute, which is trying to sort of fill that gap and meet those needs to a certain extent as best we can. We've going for 6 years now. We started in 2016. We're very much the if Karina won't mind me saying so, I think of Karina as the mother and Bob Whitaker as the father of the organization. Certainly Karina and Harkinson and Bob Whitaker, who brought us together for our first gathering back in 2016 in Gothenburg. I think it was a couple of hundred of us, and that was where the Institute was formed. We've developed 4 goals. One is to develop research which facilitates and supports safe withdrawal. The second is to contribute to the safe and evidence-based reduction and withdrawal in the real world. The third is to support the human right to informed consent in relation to psychiatric drugs. We think that's a very important principle. And finally, we try to promote practices that help prescribers, family and friends to support people to safely reduce and withdraw. Since our launch back in 2016, we've managed to do a few things which we're quite proud of. Initially, we were running small training programs face-to-face at that point. Not at the moment, of course. We had an international network meeting in 2019, again in Gothenburg, with 40 international experts meeting to discuss ways to implement our goals. We contribute on a regular basis to national guidelines whenever they're being reviewed to try and get them up to date and accurate, such as the NICE guidelines here in England and the European guidelines. We actually had quite a significant impact on the current European guidelines. We have an ongoing website which gathers together resources and information. We have produced a training video which you're going to see in just 2 or 3 hours at the end of today's session, which we're very, very proud of. And one of our other accomplishments, and it actually was an accomplishment, was to move from Sweden to the UK. And that's absorbed a lot of our time trying to open bank accounts. And so we are now officially we're international, but we're based in Britain. And that has absorbed a lot of our time. So how can you participate in the next couple of days? With several ways. One is with the chat will be open throughout, so you can chat with one another in an open way or chat to an individual participant. You can ask questions of the speakers, not directly, I'm afraid, but if you enter a question into the question and answer box, the Q&A box, as many as possible of those questions, and obviously won't be all of them, will be selected by the chair of that session and put to the speaker. And each speaker will be leaving about 10-15 minutes for questions. Also, at the end of the session tomorrow, at the end of the whole afternoon or evening or morning, depending on where you are, there is an open discussion where we can actually meet face-to-face, which is likely to be somewhat chaotic because there's so many of us, but that's the nature of the beast. And at that point, we'll be discussing ways forward, how to implement some of the things that we think are important, how to improve practice, and you might have ideas about how to do that. You might have experiences about how you have accomplished that in your part of the world. So we'd be keen to hear all of that. I've probably missed some things out, but I think I'm just looking at my little list here. Oh yes, I do need to thank the rest of our board, which is Olga Ronseman from Denmark, Swapnil Gupta from the USA, Ruth Cooper, who you're going to meet in a minute, who you can actually see already on your screen. There's Ruth. Stevie Brown, who you're going to hear in the video, and Cleo Yannakopoulou, who you will also meet at some point during the 2 days, who is our treasurer and who is based in Greece. So we really are an international group, and we are, as I say, a mixture of researchers, clinicians, therapists, people who have been through experience themselves, and some people wear more than one hat in regards to those various categories. Okay, so it's my one last thing. When it comes to questions, we're not going to be able to take sort of individual questions about individual situations, because we're not really in a position to give medical advice or advice of any kind to specific people about their particular situation. But most questions like that can be turned into a general sort of a question. But so we won't be selecting questions that ask for specific advice about yourself or a loved one. I hope you'll understand why it's not okay for us to do that with 400 people listening and so forth. Okay, well, it's my great pleasure to kick us off, I'm going to hand over to Ruth Cooper, who is a member of the board, to introduce Karina. Over to you, Ruth.
Okay. Right, hi everyone. Yeah, it's really nice to see so many people. Yes, I'm Ruth Cooper, and I'm a lecturer in psychology at Greenwich University, and I'm based in London. And we've got very nice weather here today, which is good. And I'm a board member of the IAPDW. I've just got to remind you of a couple of things. If anybody wants to turn on captions, there should be a CC at the bottom of your screen. I've been told to say they're automated, so they might not be super accurate. And also want to remind you that there's a chance to get together in a discussion session at the end of the day tomorrow. And the focus of the discussion will be, what can we do to bring about change? And we're really keen to hear your ideas and experiences on that question. And Lucy is going to put the Zoom link into the chat and also email this to you just before the session tomorrow. And also at the end of the day today, there's going to be a screening of a training video about antidepressant withdrawal, which is made by Mark Horowitz and Stevie, who is one of the board members here. And so please stick around to watch that. It's very good. And then I'm just going to introduce our speaker. So our speaker today, well now, is Karina Håkansson. And she's the founder and leader of the Family Care Foundation for more than 25 years. She has a PhD in psychology and is a licensed psychotherapist, lecturer, and writer. She's also a co-founder of the IAPDW. So Karina will be talking about her experiences from the front line. So I will hand over to Karina now. Thank you, Karina. And yes, sorry, post your questions in the Q&A box, and I'll be kind of going through those at the end of the speech and asking Karina questions. Okay.
Thank you, John and Ruth. I'm very happy to be here today with all of you, and happy to know that more and more people from all over are engaged in the critique of the increasing use of diagnosis and psychiatric drugs. It is of huge importance. Adults, but also children and young people, are diagnosed and prescribed drugs in a way that has never been before. As we know, this happens even though there is a huge lack of knowledge how it affects both individual human beings and society as a whole. The need for knowledge how to deal with withdrawal is urgent. Also, concrete alternative available for those who need support during the withdrawal process. And when I say available, I mean not at least economically available. I'm especially worried to see that so many children and youngsters are labeled and medicated. Children become carrier of issues that rather have to do with social, political, economic, and relational factors. We know that children in care are having far more diagnoses and are using far more drugs than children in common. We know that school situation matter, as also family conditions. We know that psychiatry has very poor outcomes and is mainly based on a medical paradigm. Still, there are very few available alternatives to psychiatry. As supervisor and lecturer, and in daily practice as a psychotherapist, I recognize how children and teenagers often describes by individual diagnosis, even though it is obvious that both relations and contextual factors are very poor. Human beings depend on each other. We influence each other's world. It is an old and well-known knowledge. The Danish philosopher K.E. Løgstrup describes the experience of holding another person's life in your hands and the responsibility that comes with it. He writes, "The emotional significance of the metaphor grows out of the contrast in the relationship to which it refers, namely, that we have the power to determine the direction of something in another person's life, perhaps merely his mood, or in an extreme case, his destiny. The words we use make an impact. As we all know, words can be strengthening, but it can also be devastating. Professor Tom Anderson, who does not live anymore, but who made a huge importance for me and many people all around the world, used to say that words may bewitch us. We might think we know something just by putting words on it. But do we know? The answer for me is no. And therefore, it's especially important to be cautious how we do when we label people. The way we connect matters. Do I include myself in the other person's life, or do I distance? Do we have time enough together to make sense of what has happened and what is happening right now? Am I willing to listen also to that which might be tricky to understand in the first place? Many of the people I meet in the therapy room testifies about the experience of not being met as a human being by another human being in professional contexts. I am sad to say, but this is especially described from psychiatric contexts. Very many have experienced how it feels to have to answer a lot of questions in a manualized formula and still have a feeling of not being heard. It felt as if I was my diagnosis, someone says. It was as if they had already decided what was wrong with me, another says. I was never met on an eye level is something that very, very many, both young people and adults, tell about. From many years in practice, both my own, but also by knowing a lot of colleagues all over, I know there are better ways to meet with people. Let me take us back in time for a while. Already as a young social worker, I questioned the use of diagnosis and prescription of drugs. Maybe I would not have done so if it hadn't been for my own father's experiences. Most of my childhood, he was trapped into heavy medication. And on and off, he was treated on a mental hospital. Still, he got worse and he used more and more drugs. His suffering affected, of course, also my mother and me and my siblings. But none of us were ever asked to participate. This is many years back, but unfortunately, this is still a fact that far too often family members and friends and important persons are left out and are not involved with their dear one. It was not until my father finally met a therapist who asked him what has happened in his life and how comes he used all the pills. He found strength to withdraw, and by support from the therapist, whom also invited my mother, he managed to get off all the drugs. It was not done in a minute, and I remember crystal clear his angst and fear, even though it's many years back. When he experienced all the bodily sensations and scary feelings which suddenly appeared. He uses to say that without the support from the therapist, he would not have done it. The therapist listened to his story and emotionally reactions. He helped my father to make sense of his body's reactions and also his thoughts. But more than so, he gave him time and a hope that it would be possible to get off. One could say that my own early experiences led me into the critique of drugs and diagnosis. But more than that, my very first experiences as a young social worker was important. In the middle of 1980s, the Swedish government supported projects, including family homes, which means a kind of foster home, and professional helpers, whom together would be an alternative to mental hospitals, prisons, and other institutions. In a very concrete matter, it meant that the person, which I now call client, stayed in a family home for a time to take part in their daily life. And at the same time, the person who stayed in the family home, but also the family home, were supported by some professionals. Today, it sounds nearly like a dream, but at that time being, it was a reality. And I was lucky to be one of those who worked in such setting together with Kjell Olsson and Björn Teke, two experienced and dedicated social workers who taught me what is the most important when meeting people in a crisis. I loved to meet with people in an ordinary setting, sitting together by the kitchen table, talking about how they got on with each other, but also about small daily things, as well as awful, painful, traumatic events taking place in the past. We had no special method or manual. We had to trust each other and the others. We welcomed spontaneity and interruptions. Without having words for it, I sensed and I saw how this way of meeting people made a huge impact. Not just for the one I now and here call client, but for all of us. It became very clear that each of us affected and influenced one another. It became obvious that relations and context play a central role. With my own eyes, I could see that people who used to be described by diagnostic terms, most often in a stigmatic way, now became something else, and how they, by support from those of us around, could withdraw from their medication, often used many years back in time. I never hesitated to be part of withdrawal at the time being. Maybe I was too naive. Maybe my own experience played a too central role. Anyhow, it worked. People got better, not all, but very many. So much so that I decided to continue. To make a long story short, this early experience led me to start Family Care Foundation in Gothenburg, where I worked together with clients, their families, family homes, and other professionals for 25 years. I was happy to lead an organization in which we met people without using either psychiatric diagnosis or drugs. The shared work did not build on the idea of categories, methods, and psychological wordings, but on the assumption and lived experience that people need other people, especially when life is at stake. In some of his books, Tom Anderson, whom I mentioned before, describes some essential crossroads in his professional life and how these crossroads influenced his life and work. The most important crossroad in my work life was when we at Family Care Foundation decided that we should not use diagnosis either when talking to or about the people who came to our place. At the same time, we made a decision to try our very best to support those who wanted to get off their psychiatric drugs. The decision was essential. It affected my own life, but more than so, many, many others. For many years, I am lucky to meet with human beings and organizations from different places all around the world. Many of you are here today, even though I can't see you. Maybe I can do that later. I can't imagine how it would have looked like without you and our shared dreams, plans, visions, and very concrete actions. Together, we try to make sense of suffering, human needs, and above all, we try to find out how to make life better for those who are struggling with emotional and social difficulties. As I have now said many times, there are far better ways to meet with people than using drugs and diagnosis. That said, I am aware of the fact that many people also describe how diagnosis and drugs make them function in a better way. But it is not them I meet in daily practice, and it is not them this talk is about. It is about Sarah, and her name is not Sarah. None of the names I use are original names. It is about Sarah, who got her first diagnosis when she was 13 years old. Now she's 18 and she has been using drugs for 5 years. During the 5 years, she has had 4 different psychiatric diagnoses and she has been prescribed 6 different drugs. She still does not know why she got the diagnosis in the first place or how come she takes the drugs. It does not help, she says. It makes life worse. It is about John, who is told at school that he has to examine if he has ADHD or not. He is lucky to have parents who does not want him to do this examination. They think his behavior has to do with their divorce some years ago. His father says that it changed John's life and that he still finds a way to cope with the new situation. It is about Joshua, who is 17 years old. He came to Sweden from another country some years ago. He talks about how he misses his family and his former life, who are still back home in the country where he comes from. He does not want to take his meds anymore since, as he says, it does not change anything in his life. It is about Jenny, who is 32 and has been using antidepressants for 8 years. He wants to withdraw since he is never happy and never sad. I am nothing, he says. He wants to bring his wife to our talks since he wants her to understand what is happening with him and also in relation to her. It is about Clara, who has been diagnosed with schizophrenia some years ago when she experienced a deep crisis. She is using drugs, but she wants to quit. She is also terrified what will happen when she withdraws. It has to go very slow, she says. I suggest that she brings her husband, but she does not want to do that, at least not yet. Withdrawal, as other things in life, has to do with context and relations. Therefore, when I meet someone who wants to withdraw from drugs, I ask about people in his or her network. If the person is young, the parents or other adults are invited to take part. In which way differs, but it is always important to meet on a regular basis with the people where the young person lives. If the person is an adult, he or she decides, of course, but I usually suggest that important persons take part, at least in the beginning and maybe some other time. But as you just heard, for example, with Clara, it also happens that my suggestion is not accepted, and then we have to deal with that. From my experience as a psychotherapist and from my own life, I know the importance of meeting someone who stands by your side when life is at stake. To be part during a withdrawal process means at times to expose oneself for difficulties. For me as a therapist, and of course for my family members and friends. It matters how it is around oneself when supporting another person. How does my own life look like? Do I have people around me? How is my own life experiences? How does my beliefs and values look like? How do I tend to manage fear, angst, anger, and other strong feelings? How do I deal with doubts? As professional helper, the organization matters. It is different to be surrounded by supportive colleagues and family homes than to not have that kind of support. It is different nowadays to work mostly alone, as I do now, than years back. My life situation matters, but also if I prefer to be part of mainstream or if I prefer to stay on the edge. Personality matters, and so does theoretical knowledge and understanding. Many professionals describe how their work situation does not allow them to support people to get off drugs. But in many cases, it is also existing assumptions about diagnosis and drugs and withdrawal that hinders. Therefore, we need to present examples from practice. We need to present research. Let me say something about what seems to be important for the people I meet in the therapy room. Both young people and adults used to say that it is of utmost importance to meet someone who is not afraid. Someone who dares to listen also to that which might sound weird and frightening. Someone who might tell about other people's experiences and how they manage to get off their drugs. This could also include, by the way, novels and films and theater, which describe this change for people. It is important to meet someone who provides a hope, someone who at critical points is available. someone who knows that the client is not just a client, rather so much more than that. And someone, of course, who counts on the person whom it concerns. There is a lot in life, of course, I do not understand, either as a psychotherapist or as Karina. I question many things and I have daily doubts about human existence and the way we handle each other in the world. Why do we still have to deal with war, starvation, and violence? Why are life conditions still so extremely different and unfair? Why do I not take more part in changing life conditions and climate change and all of that, which is always, not always, but very often in my mind? There are also things I find hard to understand when meeting people in the therapy room. Not very often, but it happens that I meet someone who talk and act in a way I find very strange. That I cannot deny, but just because I do not understand, it does not mean that it is impossible for someone else to understand and make sense. One of my mentors, the Swedish psychotherapist Barbro Sandin, had a most beautiful skill to meet with people who used to be described in terms of schizophrenia and psychosis. Men and women whom for years had been hospitalized and medicated could leave both medication and mental hospital behind after working with Sandin in her, as I call it, extended room. More than 30 years ago, Jaakko Seikkula and his colleagues in Tornio also, as I call it, extended their therapeutic work when they found a way to meet with people at the psychiatric hospital. It was the beginning of open dialogue, which, as we now know, is spread in many places all over the world. There are very many others to mention, too many to mention by name. Therapists, family homes, doctors, social workers, professors, researchers, ordinary people. There are still many to connect with, to find out there, people we still do not know. People who are eager to learn and to support others so that we together may continue to get the word out about the importance of knowledge and concrete alternatives regarding diagnosis, drugs, and withdrawal. It will take time, patience, and courage is needed, but we have to do it. Just a few days ago, a young medical student, Hanna Larsson in Sweden, received a prominent award for her leadership in an organization with its main mission to make essential changes in psychiatry. Hanna Larsson claims that she can't stand watching more young people being devastated and even die after being in so-called care in psychiatry. Something else has to happen, she says. I find that very hopeful. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Karina. That was brilliant. Really interesting talk. So just have a few questions. So one kind of general question is in your experience, what are the most important 1 or 2 ingredients to successful withdrawal from psychiatric drugs?
What are the most important ingredients? Did you say that?
Yeah, or strategies, I guess, to successfully.
I think it is what time is very important. Not that all people need a lot of time, but when time is needed, it is essential. It is very important to be, as I also mentioned, available. And it's therefore also very good when we can organize our work in a way that someone in the organization has a possibility to be available. That was one of the things I think was very, if I can say, successful during the years in Family Care Foundation. It was that there were always someone available when it was needed. And then I also think that what I mentioned, to not be afraid and to try not to be too fast to define what is this about, but to try to wait and to see what is this about, to try to make sense of what happens together with the person whom it concerns. That's my, because as all of us know, when something happens, a feeling or a thought or something in the body, even worse, that we have no idea what is this about, it's very important to have a possibility to talk about it with someone who has time and is willing to listen to that. And maybe sometimes also to have some kind of explanation, or at least what I find extremely helpful is all the people who live in my body, if I can say, the people I have met over the years, who are very helpful in the meaning that I also can say that I remember when I met a woman, blah, 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 she describes something similar to what you say right now. Does it make sense?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay, thank you. So someone's asked, what is preventing us using the family care system in the UK? So I guess kind of, yeah, extending this. I mean, I know there is a open dialogue. They've kind of introduced that in certain places in the UK. But I don't know if you have any thoughts on kind of barriers to using this kind of system in, I guess, other countries.
I wish I had an answer. I have really thought about it myself, because for many years, I very much thought this is such a very good way to meet with people. I couldn't understand, I still can't understand how come it is not more frequent.
Yeah.
But I suppose it has to do with the fact that it is a little bit maybe too much, not, maybe it's a little bit it's not so professional, if I can say. I mean, it's built on other assumptions and ideas, and at some extent also maybe some other theoretical understanding than many other professional educations and trainings. Maybe, but I'm hopeful. I think it will come.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. How can treatment teams be persuaded to kind of think about context more instead of these kind of more individualistic approaches, so kind of leading to just giving people drugs?
If you ask me, I think we need to make some big changes in the psychiatric system. I think the whole idea is something which should be recreated. So I don't know if I answered to the question, but I mean, it's such a big question, because it's the way in so many places nowadays, the time is limited. You may just meet a professional helper 5 times or maybe 10 times. But I also think it has to do with the way we train therapists and social workers and psychologists, and it is a huge lack of systemic thinking and systemic doing at the university. It is very individual compared to a more systemic way of thinking and acting. I also think we have a lot to learn from other professions. I think we could also learn a lot from theater, from creative work, and as I have mentioned, also from the so-called ordinary life context.
Okay, so maybe at the point of training professionals, that needs to be.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, at least that is what I struggle with wherever I am in universities, that I miss the students' own experience. It's such a tiny little part of the whole training. So for me, I think it should be already in the beginning, of course, that we should make use of the experience the students bring to the education. Because it also means that if they do so, it will also be a smaller gap between the client and the professional. Because when we include ourselves and our own life, we also realize that actually there are no that big differences between me and the other person. So for me, that would be what is absolutely needed, I think.
Yeah, okay, thank you. So somebody's asking how do you avoid, so when you're helping with people with withdrawal, how do you kind of avoid them going to doctors who might be against the withdrawal and then, or give them misleading advice about withdrawal?
Yeah, some people I meet and some people I have met over the years have decided to go back to a more, if I can say, traditional care and asked for medication. It happens, not very often, but it happens. But that's and it is a big problem, as I think that, let's say 9 times of 10, when someone tells his or her doctor that she or her wants to withdraw, most of the doctors says, then you have to take responsibility for that yourself. So that is the problem, as I think, that doctors in general do not want to be part of the withdrawal. Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to get these. So somebody's asking a question about insurance. So is your approach private, or is it covered by the government?
The Family Care Foundation, where I do not work anymore, but it is a foundation. So it's something in between private and governmental. Yeah, but my small little practice now is private. Okay,
thanks. And somebody's asking if you collaborate with if you collaborate with people's prescribers, can you share any thoughts on managing that? So if you're kind of working with somebody's doctor when trying to take them off, and that can maybe be quite tricky, can you share any thoughts on how to manage that relationship?
I also want to say, so I don't forget it, that there are, of course, also doctors who cooperate. And when that happens, it is very good, of course. I have a lovely example of a JP. You say GP?
Oh, GP, yeah.
Yeah, who a young man who came to me. He wanted to get off his antidepressants. He had been using them for many years. He was only 22, but he had used them for 6 or 7 years. And his doctor took a very good and big part in this. So we met regularly, the three of us. But most often I do not see the doctor, which is sad. And it had been much better if we could have done it together. But that is not so very easy to do. And this is also because pretty often people reach out to me to ask, do I know some doctor who can help them, support them, withdraw their medication? And I am very sad to say there are very few that I know. There are some, but the people I know have most of time so much to do, so they cannot meet with more people. This is such it makes me nearly speechless, because this is what is the problem. There are so many people who would need a place where they can have support. Sometimes medical support, of course, but also someone to support them more emotionally or psychologically, or what I have talked about. But there are nearly no places like this existing, especially not if you have no money to pay. I mean, people who can pay for can always find a good psychotherapist. And even though not all psychotherapists are willing to support withdrawal, there are therapists who are willing to do that. But most of the time, it costs a lot of money. So that's, I think, one of the biggest challenges, to establish places which is economically available for people.
Okay, yeah, so money can be a barrier, which is a shame.
It is a barrier, I think so. I mean, it is.
Okay, and somebody was asking if you think that doctors, or I guess when you don't go to kind of specialist withdrawal service, do people often get tapered too fast off for drugs, and does that cause problems?
Yeah, that's what I hear. People I meet, what they say is sometimes they, as I just said, many people say that when they ask their doctor to help them to withdraw, many doctors say that if they want to withdraw, they have to do it themselves. There are also many people who say that the doctors have no clue how long time will it take. And but that's one of the reasons for the Institute that I'm thinking, because there is a lack of knowledge. We really don't know very well. Myself, I used to suggest people to go very, very slow, because it takes time to adapt to the new situation, both bodily, but from my point of view, because that is what I can. I mean, I'm not a medical doctor, but also emotionally, it takes a long time sometimes to adapt to the new situations. And since also many people are told when they got their medication that this medication is needed, because since if they don't use the medication, they will be depressed again, or they will have a psychotic episode, and so on and so forth. So what I have met several times is that people, when a person experience what I would call very normal feelings, tiredness or being upset or very sad, or it's very easy to think that this is a symptom of my illness, which makes the person very worried. Am I going to be depressed again now? Will I get back my psychosis, and so on? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, have you got any, put the your questions in the Q&A. We've just got 4 more minutes for questions. So are there differing views in the international community, but in terms of the stance of doctors towards drug tapering? Yes, so they're saying in Germany, seemingly there's several outpatient clinics led by doctors for tapering drugs. I mean, I imagine it is the case that some countries have, but better services for this than others. I mean, we'll hear, I think tomorrow we'll hear from Magnus about what's going on in Norway and the drug-free services. But yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
If there is differences between countries,
I'm
not an expert on that. I just know that Sweden is not in the front. Okay. Unfortunately, very much in the back.
Okay, sorry, see if there's any other questions. We can't respond to kind of individual questions about advice, how to come off your own drugs, unfortunately, just only kind of general general questions. Yeah, so sorry that we can't kind of recommend services or individual tapers. Oh yeah, somebody asked, what do you do? So often, somebody said they often will have somebody wanting to come off the drug, but the family strongly disagrees. And how do you kind of deal with that?
I think it's pretty usual, I think, especially when it comes to young people and children, that the parents have been told by other professionals that medication is needed. And that is, of course, a dilemma. Therefore, I used to try to inform about the kind of knowledge that I myself have gained over the years. I used to tell about other people's experience, about research I know about. And I must say that information is important. And what I mean by that is that it might take some time. It may take some time, but on the other hand, it's not I don't want to sound as if I am the one who decide for other people to withdraw, because that's not the fact. That is not what I'm there for. I mean, but when it comes to children and young people, I feel a responsibility to try to be a voice, because they have not at all the same possibility as grown-ups have to say no to medication. So therefore, I write articles. I have written some chapters in books. I have written my own books at times where I try to describe this phenomena, and I try to also give examples and show how actually unscientific many of the diagnoses and meds are. But this is a struggle all the time. That's why our institute and other people are extremely important, because without each other, it would not have been possible. I don't think so. As we know, it's a strong community who I think would define what I say as rubbish.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's quite it's a widely kind of contested field, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's, yeah, I mean, yeah, data and evidence is very important when trying to talk
Yeah,
to
I
somebody
think
or whether
so.
they should withdraw or not.
For me, it is not enough to work on an individual level in the therapy room. There are times, I must confess, when I really wish I could just be in my own therapy room together with the people I meet there. But I feel a responsibility to share the experience I have gained over the years with other people.
Okay, thank you. So we're going to take a break now. It's 4 o'clock. So I think that's we can't answer any more questions, unfortunately, but the next talk you'll have the opportunity to answer more questions. Ask more questions. And I should remind you that the training video that's going to be showed at the end of the day does give some kind of strategies for coming off antidepressants. So do stick around to watch that. It's a very good video. So we are going to be take a 30-minute break now and come back at 4:30 p.m. where Robert Whittaker will be giving a very interesting talk about what's wrong with psychiatric drugs. So thank you so much for thank you so much for talking, Karina, and thank you everybody for your brilliant engagement and questions. It's really wonderful to see everybody here. Okay,
thank you.
All right, so see you back here at 4:30 for the next talk. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Hello, Robert.
Hi, Cleo. How are you?
Great.
You in Athens?
Well, outside Athens, which is even better.
Especially as summer comes, right?
Yeah, summer is coming in Greece. Thank God for that. We needed it.
I think everybody needs it right now.
So I think everybody's waiting for you to start. But I should better wait for a few minutes just to make sure that everyone is back.
People. Chat room.
I'm so happy to see you again.
Yeah, you know, the only thing I'm regretting is that we're not doing this in person. You know, I mean, part of a conference is, yeah, there's the talks and all, but it's being with people, you know?
That was the plan. That was
Yeah,
the
I know.
plan.
Next year, I hope.
Yeah. This year in Iceland, and then we'll see.
So I'll speak for about 30 minutes and then we'll have time for questions, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So questions in the Q&A box so that I can see them because I cannot follow the chat.
Yeah. Okay. And hopefully sharing my screen will go okay.
Yes, it's gonna be okay. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be okay. We have
If it's a
tested. We have
glitch, usually
tested
it's for
that.
sharing your screen. I don't know why.
We also have Lucy behind the IAPTW logo, so I think it's gonna be great.
Okay.
So maybe I should just welcome everybody back. Thank you all for being here today. It is an honor and it is a privilege for me to introduce Robert Whittaker to you. I'm Kloniki Giannakopoulou. If it sounds Greek, don't worry, it is Greek. So this is why people call me Cleo. I'm a psychologist, founder of Anima NGO in Athens, Greece. And actually, Bob, you were my inspiration every time I got tired of supporting people withdraw. So it is a special honor for me to introduce you today. So Robert Whittaker, for those who don't know, I don't know if there are any in the audience, is the founder of madinamerica.com. He's an author of 4 books, and he also co-authored the 5th, 3 of which tell the history of psychiatry. In 2010, Anatomy of an Epidemic, Magic Bullets, Psychiatric Drugs, and the Astonishing Rise of Mental Illness won the US Investigative Reporters and Editors Book Award. And Mad in America in 2002 was named by Discover Magazine as one of the best science books of the year. He's an American journalist. And Robert, what's wrong with psychiatric drugs?
Okay. Well, thanks, Cleo. First of all, it's just a real pleasure to be here. And I want to thank John and Lucy and the board of IAPW for making this happen, Adur and Rex. It takes a lot of work, but I think it's so important. I was just saying to Cleo beforehand, I so wish this was in person because so much of a conference is getting a chance to be with people in between sessions and all. So hopefully next time. Real quickly, Cleo mentioned who I am and how I came to this. I came at this whole topic from an outsider's point of view, a journalist's point of view. And as John mentioned in the beginning, I was involved in helping IAPW get started. And the reason was, it's so clear that drug withdrawal can be a path to a better life, a new life. And yet there was nothing research, there was very little research being done on how to do that well, very little support. So one of the purposes was really to see, to help create an institution that could show that this is an opportunity and a way forward. So my talk is titled, What's Wrong with Psychiatric Drugs? But really, I just want to say, what you'll see in this talk is an opportunity that can come with drug withdrawal. So when you hear this title, it sounds so negative, but it's also about possibility for charting a new path in life. So I'm going to share my screen, and I hope this will work. I hope that everybody sees that now. Does that Cleo show up?
Yes, yes, we can see it.
Okay, great. So real quickly, if you look at the problems with psychiatric drugs, there's really, you can bring them in a sort of three parts. One, of course, is there was a time we were being told that psychiatric drugs fix chemical imbalances in the brain as if they were an antidote to a known pathology. You know, that, however, was a marketing story. It wasn't a scientific story. And if you really dig into the science, what you find is that research hasn't identified any pathology for these major disorders. And what you're doing with psychiatric drugs is perturbing normal function. We'll go into that. So you're abnormalizing brain function. And once you understand that, you can see why drugs may be problematic, particularly over the long term. And you can, once you understand the mechanism of action, you can also understand why withdrawal can be such a problem. The second part is this. You know, we test drugs basically funded by pharmaceutical companies for their short-term efficacy in reducing symptoms. And not as much attention is focused on, well, what happens to people over the long term? How does it shape their lives? And does it, you know, the hope or the expectation is that the medication will improve people's lives over the long term, their functioning, their symptomatology, et cetera, that their lives will be better because of the medical treatment. But what happens when you look at the long-term outcomes is, in fact, what you find over and over again, and this was with every class of drugs major class of drugs, with the antipsychotics, the antidepressants, the benzodiazepines, and the stimulants to an extent as well, you see actually over the long term that this long-term use of the medications increases the chronicity of symptoms, increases the likelihood of functional impairment, and actually increases the likelihood you'll move from a milder diagnosis to a more severe diagnosis. Now, the third part is, and this is sort of one of the unfortunate parts, or one of the challenges with coming off, is because your brain adapts to the presence of the drug, withdrawal can be very difficult. And unfortunately, and we haven't done much research on sort of what does happen really to the brain when you go off the drugs, and what is the path towards sort of renormalization. So those are the three things we're going to look at in the next half hour, the research that sort of fleshes this out. But I do want to frame it in this way. One of the things in Mad in America is you can read a lot of personal stories about people who, many people even after years and years on the medications, who finally were able to get off. And we're talking about antidepressants, benzodiazepines, antipsychotics, not any particular class of drugs. And what you hear in their stories, in these lives, over and over again, is how they feel they got a full life back, of being able to fully feel the world again, to think more clearly. And they'll see it as a defining moment in their life when their life took off down a new path, a better path in life. And that's the opportunity here. And you'll see it in the research literature. It shows up in the research literature, shows up in personal accounts. You're going to hear from, I think, Laura Delano later today. She can talk about this path as well. And I just want to frame this talk in this way. There is an opportunity here that IAPW is trying to create for people who've gone on these medications and want to get off. So real quickly, I just took a couple graphics from a textbook. So this is just showing how neurons in the brain normally communicate and along neurotransmitter pathways. The dopamine pathway is one of the major pathways in the brain. And what you have is you have a presynaptic neuron that releases a molecule, which we call a neurotransmitter, into the synaptic cleft. And that binds with receptors on the postsynaptic neuron. And that's how neurons communicate in the brain. It's very simple. You release the neurotransmitter, it goes into this gap. And then, by the way, it has to be taken back up into the presynaptic neuron or removed from that gap in a very quick function. That's how it's a burst, and then it's removed from the gap. Now, what happens if you go on an antipsychotic? Well, what an antipsychotic does is it blocks the receptors. It's like you pour glue into the dopamine receptors on the postsynaptic neuron, and that prevents this message from going across this dopamine pathway. And you'll see what happens. But the brain, being this incredibly having this incredible neuroplasticity and all these feedback mechanisms, as soon as you go on an antipsychotic, it says, uh-oh, you're blocking my normal function along these pathways, and I got to try to compensate for this drug presence. And the immediate response is this. The presynaptic neuron will actually try to put out more dopamine than normal for a while, because you're acting as the drug acts as a brake on dopamine transmission. And then the postsynaptic neuron will increase the density of its receptors for that molecule. And this is a graphic showing the way the brain is changed by the presence of the drug. And we'll get to this in just a second, but this is a way to understand how drugs work on the brain. They perturb some normal functioning, and then your brain goes through an adaptation process to try to compensate for that interruption in normal functioning. And researchers say the brain is trying to maintain a homeostatic equilibrium, maintain its normal functioning. Real quickly with the antidepressants. So dopamine, antipsychotics act to block normal transmission, block the effect of the neurotransmitter. With an antidepressant, so what happens with an antidepressant? You have neurons that release serotonin into that synaptic cleft. And again, as I said in the beginning, once it is released, there's a burst, and then the serotonin needs to be removed from that cleft. That's how the messaging system has a crispness to it. What an SSRI antidepressant do, it blocks the normal reuptake of serotonin into the presynaptic neuron. Serotonin stays longer in the gap than normal, so it's theoretically upping serotonergic activity. Now, what your brain's going to do in response, it's going to try to dial down its own serotonergic machinery. You're going to see the serotonergic neuron release less serotonin. You're going to see the postsynaptic neuron decrease the density of its receptor sites. And so this is a way to envision the mechanism of action. The drugs perturb some normal functioning, and then the brain tries to compensate for that. It goes through these adaptations. And just so you know, you can see that this is not Bob Whitaker speaking. In 1996, Stephen Hyman, former director of the NIMH, said, here's how we should think about psychiatric drugs. They create perturbations in neurotransmitter function, that's blocking either the uptake process or the dopamine receptors. In response, the brain goes through a series of adaptations, quote, in order to maintain their equilibrium in the face of these alterations. The chronic administration can then cause substantial and long-lasting alterations in neural function. You're changing the brain, you're not normalizing the brain. And now look at what his conclusion is. After a few weeks, the person's brain is now functioning in a manner that is qualitatively as well as quantitatively different from the normal state. So if we think about psychotropic drugs, they are not normalizing agents, they're abnormalizing agents. And I think once you conceive of it in that way, you can think of two things. One, you can see why they may be problematic over the long term. And two, you can understand also now why going off the drugs can be so difficult, because your brain has gotten used to the presence of the drug, okay? So I'm going to go real quickly over the long-term effects of psychiatric drugs, antipsychotics, antidepressants. It's going to be quick. And one of the reasons I wanted to do antipsychotics in particular is because we often think, oh, there's an opportunity to go off antidepressants. There's an opportunity to go off benzodiazepines, but antipsychotics, though, people have to stay on those. And what I want to show you is the research literature shows quite clearly that if people can get off antipsychotics, they have a much higher chance of having recovering a full, robust life, okay? Now, the best study of long-term effects of antipsychotics was done by Martin Harrow and Thomas Jobe. It started in they started the study in the late 1970s, early 1980s. And what they did is they enrolled 200 psychotic patients into their study. 64 were eventually diagnosed with schizophrenia. At the end of 15 years, they still had 145 patients in the study. 64 with a diagnosis of schizophrenia, 81 with a diagnosis of mild disorders. And you can see that here. And here's what's important. They study these people from early onset, like half of them basically first hospitalization, another 20% second hospitalization. So we're going to see how their clinical course evolves over time. Now, I will tell you, and what they're going to do is everyone was treated conventionally in the hospital with antipsychotics. Then they were discharged, and then Heroin Joe just followed up with them at 2 years, 4.5 years, 7.5 years, 10, 15, and eventually 20. And at each follow-up, they just wanted to see how were they functioning? What was their anxiety symptoms, their cognitive functions, their psychotic symptoms, their work history, et cetera. And they're going to look and see if people are taking the antipsychotic medication or not. And actually, their hypothesis when they started this study was that those who were medication compliant and stayed on antipsychotics would have better outcomes, which was consistent with the conventional narrative, okay? But here's what they start to find. They start to find that, and this now is in the 64 schizophrenia patients, okay? And this is their data from their 15-year follow-up, or 20-year follow-up in this case. They found that among the schizophrenia patients, those diagnosed with schizophrenia, 25 of the 64 were basically off antipsychotics by year 2. And when they got off, they were still struggling, okay? You're gonna see they had psychotic symptoms, they were anxious, et cetera. But now watch what happens between year 2 and 4.5. How the fates of those who get off diverge from those who stay on. First of all, you see this incredible diminishment in anxiety, whereas those on the medication stay highly anxious. Cognitive function becomes better at every follow-up for those off medication. By the way, there's a new research study out that says that cognitive function actually is impaired in the early stages as well. Now, here is one of the, so I haven't got this slide out. They have a slide in which they just look at each time those on antipsychotics and those off antipsychotics, and at each time it's those on antipsychotics who are more likely to be actively psychotic. So then they said to themselves this, let's look at the people who got off by year 2 and stayed off for the rest of the time, and let's compare that to people who were medication compliant throughout the study. The medication compliant patients being, in essence, those who would be expected to have the best outcomes, okay? That's what we're told all the time. You have to stay on these medications. And these are schizophrenia patients, okay? And what do you see? You see, and here's the opportunity, you see that at year 2, those who've gotten off antipsychotics are still psychotic, at least 2/3 of them. It's not that they got better on the drugs and then went off, they're still psychotic, or many of them. But look what happens from year 2 to 4.5. There's this great decrease in psychotic symptoms. And you see that those who got stable remain stable throughout pretty much the 20 years. And then look what happens to those who were medication compliant. They had high levels of psychotic symptoms at every follow-up, okay? This completely belies our usual understanding of why people so diagnosed need to be on antipsychotics. And really what the story behind this is, there's evidence that antipsychotics, because they cause that dopamine, that increase in receptors actually increases the biological vulnerability to psychotic symptoms. Now look at this. Look at the work history of those who got off. And by the way, what happened to those who got off is they disappeared from treatment. Those who got off didn't continue to see psychiatrists. They dropped out of treatment. So the psychiatrists didn't see these that dropped out and did well. And this is the beauty of this thing, is they followed these people outside of treatment, and they found people really getting their lives back. There was someone who became a lawyer, someone who became a professor, others became teachers. Almost 90% returned to work. We never hear that as part of that conventional narrative. And so this is to be in recovery, you had to be asymptomatic, you had to be working or in school full time, and you had to have a decent social life. You'll see the recovery rate was 8 times higher for those off antipsychotics. They also looked at the global adjustment of those with milder psychotic disorders. It was better for those who off. And by the way, these are really good composite outcomes for those off with the milder disorders, really coming up by year 4.5, okay? So this is speaking of the opportunity for people in essence to have had a time of psychosis, but if they can get off and get stable, they have every likelihood of returning to work, and basically of having had a time of schizophrenia as opposed to becoming chronically ill. Now, real quickly, so that was the US study, but there have been now many studies that looked at recovery rates for first episode patients, psychotic patients, and each time what you find is much higher functional recovery for those off medication. This is Australia's first episode study. And by the way, look at those who are taking medication regularly. They're not having functional recoveries. This was actually a drug withdrawal study, by the way, in which people who got first episode patients, this is from the Netherlands, they got stable on antipsychotics, and then they were either randomized to a tapering arm or to a drug maintenance arm. There was a period of time when it stayed like that, and then over the longer period of time, it became a naturalistic study, and even people who were randomized to drug could go off. So I just looked at the study. By the way, the group that was randomized to tapering had better 7-year outcomes, higher recovery rates, et cetera. But here's just looking at medication use at 7 years. You'll see those either down to a very low dose or off drugs, high levels of symptom remission, high levels of functional remission, and over half in full recovery. This is a study in Denmark. It's a 10-year study. You'll see, now these are actually pretty good outcomes even for those on antipsychotics, but you'll see much higher remission rates for those off at the end of 10 years, much higher employment rates. This is the UK study of first episode psychosis. At 10 years, they have data on 228 patients. Look at the recovery rate for those who got off medication, 71%. This is the opportunity you can see if we support people who have a first episode of psychosis and help them at some point, support them to get off. So that's it for the quick review of antipsychotic studies. But I hope you see and hear what you see is if people can get off and get stable, there's a chance for like a full recovery. And you just don't see that nearly so often in people who follow the standard of care and remain medication compliant over time. And the reason I want to show you, we have studies from the UK, the US, Australia, and there's even more, Finland, Germany, et cetera. And they're all telling us the same thing, that for people who can successfully get off antipsychotics, who had a diagnosis of either schizophrenia or some other psychotic disorder, there's a real opportunity to get a full life back, a robust life back. Now, depression, I'll do it real quickly. It's really important to understand that prior to the arrival of antidepressants, depression, and this came from studies of people hospitalized for depression, people who were severely depressed, it was an understanding it was going to be an episodic, it ran an episodic course. And if you look at going back before antidepressants, so people hospitalized for a first episode of depression, what you'd find is this. By the end of 10 months, about 85% would be discharged, and at least half would never come back in the hospital again for an episode of depression. Okay, and so what did the NIMH tell patients in 1969 before antidepressants became so common? Assurance can be given to a patient and to his families that subsequent episodes of illness after a first mania or even a first depression will not tend towards a more chronic course. The idea with antidepressants when it first came in, by the way, was just try to shorten that period, that episode. There was no thought that we're going to remain on antidepressants because it will remit naturally, was the understanding. Yet very shortly after the introduction of antidepressants, you start getting people saying, clinicians saying, well, maybe my patients are getting better faster now, but it seems like they're relapsing much more frequently. It seems like the use of the drugs is turning depression into a more chronic course. There was a study done by a doctor in the Netherlands. He said, yeah, that's what's happening. I can compare my patients I treat without drugs with those with antidepressants. The antidepressants tend to relapse more. Now, in 1985, the National Institute of Mental Health, that's our big agency in the United States for mental health, doing research, et cetera. They noticed now that depression was running a chronic course. So they had a conference. What's going on? Now, what they said is, oh, our new studies are better than the old epidemiological studies, and we're now seeing that depression runs a chronic course. But what they didn't note is a chronic course in medicated patients. But you see in this data that there's an acknowledgement that the course of depression has now changed. So this is a really interesting study. In the 1990s, the NIMH says, well, we don't really know the course of unmedicated depression. And so let's do a study where we withdraw people who've had a first episode, okay? And then let's not put them back on an antidepressant if they relapse. And let's just see what happens over a course of a year. And what do you see? After the withdrawal, 23%, only 23% are better. They're depressed, they're probably having withdrawal symptoms, et cetera. But look what happens. 6 months, 67, 12 months, 85% are now better. This tells of the opportunity from a structured withdrawal program. Now, the NIMH also did a big study about what happens with medicated depression today. This was the largest trial ever conducted, antidepressant trial ever conducted. And when the NIMH conducted it, they said, these findings are going to govern clinical care. And what we're going to do is we're going to give people, if they don't respond to the first antidepressant, we'll give them a second antidepressant. If they don't respond to a second, we'll give them a third one. We're going to give them multiple chances to remit. And then if they do remit, if they do get better, we're going to give them the best clinical care we have for the follow-up year. And we expect that this will show we, with our treatment, can keep most people well. That's the expectation of this study. And now, by the way, these were outpatients. These were not severely hospitalized patients, okay? So there were 4,000 patients enrolled. Only 1,518 ever remitted. In other words, they had enough of a response to be seen as in remission, although actually they still had, many still had low-level depressive symptoms. Now, those that remitted were wished into this follow-up trial. And at the end of 1 year, this was the moment where the study was supposed to show that regular care with antidepressants could be so effective. There were only 108 people who were still in the trial and hadn't either dropped out or, okay, everyone else either never remitted, dropped out, or relapsed after remission. So in other words, the stay well rate, the documented stay well rate at the end of 1 year was 3%. And if we go back to what the stay well rate was, even in hospitalized patients before the advent of antidepressants, it was about 85% were well at the end of 1 year. So this is a tale of research showing that unfortunately, antidepressants increase the chronicity of symptoms. This was another study by the NIMH that wanted to look about functional outcomes between those who decided to take an antidepressant versus those who did not. You'll see that those who got treated were 3 times as likely to have a cessation of role functioning, meaning they had to quit work, that sort of thing, or actually even they weren't so good in a domestic role in the house. And the percentage that went on to disability was 7 times higher for the treated group. And I'm just going to real quickly, these are studies that try to understand the course of depression for those who stayed on medication versus those who did not. 5-year outcomes in Canada, though those who stayed on were depressed twice as much each year than those who got off. Now, this was a really interesting study. This was a study done by the World Health Organization where they sent investigators to clinics, primary care clinics in 15 cities around the world. And the purpose of this study was to show the value of screening for depression. Because what they expected to show was that those who got diagnosed by the primary care physician and treated with antidepressants would have much better outcomes than those who, in fact, in the screening by the investigators had depression, but weren't diagnosed with such by the primary care and didn't get treated for it, okay? And what they found is those who got diagnosed and treated with antidepressants, 50% were still depressed at the end of 1 year. Those who weren't diagnosed and then weren't treated with drugs, 28% were depressed at the end of 1 year. And those who were diagnosed and not treated with drugs, only 25%. So again, the chronicity was, or the ongoing depression was twice as high for the medicated group. And here's what you see in terms of the course. So if you look at the symptoms, severity of symptoms between those diagnosed with antidepressants and diagnosed no drugs, so they've both been diagnosed, there's very little difference in the baseline scales. And you see that both do improve for 3 months, and then you'll see what happens. The medicated group stops improving while the unmedicated group keeps on improving. So here you have a time chart that shows how staying on the medications actually shifts the long-term course. I know I need to quit here really quickly, so we have time for questions. This was a study that expected to find, funded by the NIMH, that you'd have the best outcomes if you combined an antidepressant with exercise, the two together. So they have 3 groups. They have Zoloft alone, Zoloft plus exercise, and exercise alone. Now, at the end of, in this particular study, it was an older group. At the end of 4 months, actually all 4 groups are doing pretty well in terms of remission, right? 69%, there's very little difference. But now watch the relapse rate in the next 6 months. Zoloft alone, 38%. In other words, they stay on the drug. Zoloft per exercise, 31%. Exercise alone, 8%. What do you see there? You see that the presence of the drug long-term is actually increasing the relapse rate compared to those with an exercise alone group. And at the end of 10 months, exercise alone, 30% were depressed. Zoloft plus exercise, 55%. In other words, the presence of the drug was like it worsened the long-term recovery rate. It was a drag on the recovery rate. So rather than the two combining for better outcomes, you see that the drug was a negative over the course of at the end of 10 months. There's been a couple of long-term studies now looking even 9 years. This is one from the United States. And they'll say symptoms were more sharply elevated 9 years following treatment, including medication and treatment without medication. In other words, even over, we had been doing over a year, now looking at 9 years. This pattern suggests possible long-term iatrogenic effects of antidepressants. Iatrogenic means treatment caused. For example, watch this, antidepressant medication may recruit processes that oppose and eventually overwhelm short-term benefits. That's that compensatory adaptations, resulting in loss of efficacy, resistant to retreatment, paradoxical effects, and withdrawal syndromes. By the way, 40% of people now who take an antidepressant apparently become treatment resistant, which you didn't used to see. But that's an example of what they're talking about here with these recruiting processes that oppose, the initial effect of the drug. And it may lead to loss of efficacy, that's chronicity, resistance to retreatment, and even a worsening of symptoms, and then withdrawal syndromes when you try to come off. There was a 30-year outcome study in Switzerland, and it found that antidepressant use doubled the risk of a poor long-term outcome. And actually, this was even if you were on the drugs for any sort of longer period of time. It wasn't necessarily that you used the drugs 30 times. So what you see in both of this research is this story. The drugs perturb some normal functioning. Your brain goes through a compensatory adaptation. It's now operating in a manner that is qualitatively and quantitatively different. And in that new state, you see greater chronicity of symptoms that the drug is supposed to treat. So for example, the psychotic patients, more psychotic symptoms. You see more functional impairment, and you see that with antidepressants too. And if we were to get into bipolar disorder, you'll see that bipolar disorder runs a much more chronic course than it used to. When they did a study of stimulants in youth, at the end of 3 years, being on a stimulant was a marker of deterioration, not a benefit. At 6 years, there was more functional impairment, more ADHD symptoms, more delinquency in the medicated kids. So you see this story over and over again. And as researchers, away from the public view, try to understand this switch to more chronic courses, here's what they say. Now, this is about antidepressants, but this idea of drug-induced oppositional tolerance, that's the compensatory adaptations, actually applies to all psychotropic drugs. That's what you saw in Stephen Hyman's comment about how they affect the brain. So when we prolong treatment more than 6 to 9 months. We may recruit processes that oppose the initial acute effects of antidepressant drugs. That's the loss of clinical effects. We may also propel the illness to a malignant and treatment unresponsive course that may take the form of resistance or episode acceleration. You're going to be more chronically depressed. And then here's the second part, which is the discouraging part. When drug treatment ends, these processes may be unopposed and yield withdrawal symptoms and increase vulnerability to relapse. And the way to understand it is this. Let's go back to the antipsychotics. Antipsychotics act as a brake on dopamine transmission. In response, your brain puts down the accelerator. Now remove the brake. You have this abnormal, the brain is now in what they call a dopamine supersensitive state, which can lead to withdrawal symptoms and a period of increased risk of relapse or return of psychotic symptoms, and symptoms more severe than they would have normally had in the normal course of the illness. With antidepressants are meant to up serotonergic activity, act as an accelerator. Your brain puts down the brake on its own serotonergic physiology. Now take away the accelerator, and what do you have? You now have the brake on this. Now that's the simplistic version. The truth of the matter is it's much more complex than this. And the reason it's much more complex is these neurotransmitter systems, first of all, they don't just function in the brain. The serotonergic system goes to the gut, et cetera, that sort of thing. These are main ways of the body functions. But also these neurotransmitter systems don't function in isolation. They have feedback loops with other neurotransmitter systems. So the serotonergic system is listening to what the dopaminergic system is. And when you start altering that system, then the serotonergic system gets altered. And this is the black box. What I showed you in the beginning is a very simplistic version of a vision of how the drug changes the brain immediately. But the changes are going to be much more profound and complex than actually in that model. And that brings us to this. Renormalization after withdrawal. How long does it take? And how do you best promote and support that process? Because that's the goal, right? The goal really is to get back to sort of what the normal functioning once was like. There's been very little research on this. And this is why we're stuck. The idea for the longest term was, okay, you'll go off your neuroleptic or you go off your antidepressant. It will leave the body, and maybe there'll be some withdrawal symptoms when it's leaving the body, but then your brain will reset. Well, there's increasing evidence that that isn't always necessarily so. And this is one of the things we need research into, and I want to focus on the opportunity. But there is concern that after time, some people the brain will not reset. We don't know how to reset it. And the evidence for this comes in a couple ways. With antipsychotics, you'll get some people develop tardive dyskinesia. Tardive dyskinesia is where you have these movement disorders and maybe the tongue is going like this. But by the way, tardive dyskinesia is also associated with some cognitive decline as well. And they have linked to that, the cause of that dyskinesia, to that increase in dopamine receptors. There's a way they can image the density of it, even in living people. And they find that tardive dyskinesia often doesn't remit, even after you go off the antipsychotic. And when they've studied that, they find that it seems to be the problem is that the receptors don't reset back to normal. You still see this dopamine supersensitivity. So that's an example of why we need research into this, but it's also evidence of why, the percentage of people who end up with tardive dyskinesia goes up over time. So why really, if you have protocols like this, you try to keep the initial use down to a shorter period of time. With antidepressants, one of the markers of this, which is so sad and disheartening, is ongoing sexual dysfunction after coming off the antidepressants. It's called PSSD, post-SSRI sexual dysfunction. Now we know on antidepressants there's a high risk of sexual dysfunction of some sort with the use of SSRIs. But about 25% of people who are on SSRIs for a long period of time, when they come off, at least for a period of time, they don't regain their normal sexual function. And this is particularly true in younger people who've been placed on these drugs. And that's where it first sort of was identified by people who, let's say, were put on an SSRI when they were 12, 13, 14. And at least in the United States, they go to college and they want to participate in the sort of the sexual milieu that happens in college. And so they would try to come off their antidepressants, and they would come off, but they wouldn't regain, many wouldn't regain their sexual function. And so that's a sign of this sort of persistent deficit in serotonergic functioning after some period of time. So that's the end of this. I don't want to be discouraging here. I hope everyone here will see that what
I don't
research,
think so. I think it's not discouraging to know the truth and evidence. Thank you. But the problem is that I have tons of questions that I need to at least to pick up some so that you can answer in some limited time. So
I think I went 8 minutes too long. Sorry.
No, I think what you said was wonderful, and of course, as always, it's a pleasure to hear from you. But here's a question that I got. I'm sorry, but I could not have all these questions. We don't have time for this, so I will choose some. Many are alike, and I hope that you have all put your questions in the Q&A box. Just a reminder. So when someone tells us that there is a chemical imbalance in the brain and that diagnosis exists, what kind of resources can we present or cite to make points to challenge this idea, and so that we are believable and not conspiracy theorists?
Well, the best way to, and you can go on Mad in America and you can find resources like this, but the best resource is to cite the researchers themselves. So don't cite the critics. But for example, Ronald Pies, who's the former editor-in-chief of Psychiatric Times, which is the trade publication of the American Psychiatric Association, said the chemical imbalance theory was always a kind of myth, never a theory seriously propounded by well-informed psychiatrists. So that's coming from within American psychiatry. Tom Insel, the former director of the NIMH, he was the director of the NIMH from 2002 to 2015, also has a comment like this. It's an hypothesis that was raised actually going back to the 60s, and it didn't pan out. And if you want, what I can do is put together a list of, or a link to where someone has gathered all these quotations. But the most important way to counter this in a meeting with a therapist or a psychiatrist is to use the words of those who are in mainstream American biological psychiatry. And they're all saying is it didn't pan out. Stephen Hyman in 2002 said, there's no evidence that a lesion in the dopamine system is a cause of schizophrenia. And in 2005, Kenneth Kendler, one of the world's leading researchers on this theory, said we have hunted for big, simple neurochemical explanations for major disorders, and we have not found them. So quote those people.
Okay, thank you. So here's a question I bet you get often, but it's very interesting to hear. What do you do when your loved one is in psychotic state and we cannot control his behavior besides give drugs?
Well, this is why we need a complete remaking of the system, because you do need in those times, a vessel to contain that person. By contain, I mean provide a safe space for them. That obviously, and then, this was the whole idea was the Soteria project that goes back to the 1970s, was to take psychotic people, put them in an environment where they weren't initially medicated and have that environment be healing, but also a safe space. And that turned out to be successful. Okay, people did have their psychosis remit. There wasn't much violence, okay? It showed the possibility, and you do have Soteria projects now like springing up in Israel and that sort of thing. Open dialogue. One of the things that open dialogue did was work with psychotic patients, newly psychotic patients, but in a way that they didn't have to put most people on antipsychotics. If you look at their 5-year results coming out of Northern Finland, 67% of their first episode patients were never put on the drugs. But my answer to the question is, this is the problem. You need society to create safe spaces for people in these states. Let time take its, give time a chance to be a healing process, and not have it the burden on the family, because of course it can be extremely burdensome on the family. And one of the real tragedies is, in the research literature, it shows that psychotic states that occur after you come off an antipsychotic, especially if you come off quickly, are in fact often more severe than they used to see in the normal course of the illness. So what you're seeing sometimes when people come off families is not the normal course of the illness, but something much more severe. And that's part of the tragedy of our current paradigm of care.
Okay, another question for you. What do you think is the first thing that needs to happen in the USA? I would say in every country for the APA to change the guidelines. It's not only the APA around psychiatric drugs and mental health treatment. I would also add WHO, maybe.
Well, this is, this is the big challenge, because what happens is psychiatry's guild interests. We always blame the pharmaceutical companies. All the pharmaceutical companies give money to the psychiatrists, and that corrupts what they tell the public. But psychiatry as a profession, as a guild, what is their first line therapy? What is their first line product? It's drugs. And they have kept hidden all this long-term outcomes. They've kept hidden this worry about the drugs inducing this oppositional tolerance. And we just had a new book published by Thomas Insel. What he sets out to investigate, why are outcomes so poor? Why is the burden of mental illness increasing so much over time? Which was the very question I asked in Anatomy of an Epidemic. And I looked at the long-term outcomes, and that clearly was a factor. But does he go through any of the long-term outcomes data? No. Instead, what he says is, treatment works. We just need to keep people in treatment, and we need to provide them with more social support. Well, I couldn't agree more with the social support, but as long as you have the drugs as first-line therapies, you're not going to reorganize your social support. So I actually wrote an essay on this that was published like a week ago on Mad and Mary. You can look at it. The mere fact that Tom Insel, former director of the NIMH, was confronting our terrible outcomes, worsening early death, more suicides, more chronicity, more disability, and wouldn't write about any of the long-term studies funded by him, funded by the NIMH, shows that we can't trust psychiatry as a guild to work this information into their protocols. That's where we're at. Now, what Mad in America does is try to be a grassroots effort to make this information known. And then you do have some psychiatrists and providers saying, oh man, we need to change our way we do things. So you do see that. But unfortunately, boy, the guild is just resistant to talking about how its therapies, its drug therapies may be causing worse long-term outcomes. And I don't know how to get around that. Not as long as it has its product, its first product is prescribing of drugs. But individual psychiatrists can be different. Therapists can be different. We have to work with the individual psychiatrists. And so many of them, they don't know this data. It's not presented in the textbooks. It's not presented in the continuing education programs. So they're in the dark too. That's part of the problem. And somehow, and IPW is doing it as well by holding this conference and making this information known. It's a grassroots effort to change things. And that's the only way. It's going to be a grassroots effort to make this information known and a demand to make it known. And that's the only way forward, I see it. Do not expect it from a top-down change.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I think that we don't have much more time. But we need to go on a break according to the schedule. Also need to say that we cannot answer any personal questions about withdrawal, how long it's gonna take, or what kind of symptoms will I have after withdrawal stuff. These are personal questions that I don't think that we can answer here now. But I think that we all get a picture and that we can, we have the resources for further reading, and let's hope for the best. Well,
Yeah, it is going to be a grassroots effort. And this is part of the grassroots. So it's been a pleasure and honor to be here. And sorry I went a little long.
no, it's always a pleasure. And I think that what you said was very important. And this kind of information that we need in order to start changing things.
Right.
Well, thank you very much.
All right. Thanks, everyone. It's been a pleasure being here. Ciao.
And let's go on a break now for about half an hour. Okay, thank you.
Hello, Laura. So,
Hi.
Hi. Great to see you. Just need to check the time if we're so. Oh no, we're about right here.
Nice to see you.
Great
It's been a
to see
while.
you.
Nice to see you. Yeah.
Yeah.
And hello everyone in the comments.
Yeah. Yes, lots of people. So anyway, so it's really great. I think I was just trying to think when we first met, and I believe that was at the film festival.
Yeah.
in
What was that?
Gothenburg.
2014, I think.
Something like that. Yes.
Wild.
Yes.
It's been 8
Yeah.
years. That's
Wow.
I can't believe how
Yes.
much time has
Yeah.
gone.
Well, anyway, welcome. And I just want to introduce you. My name is I'll just say that my name's Olga, and I'm today a psychologist, but also someone who spent years in psychiatry, tried a huge number of drugs, and I'm off them, like yourself. Anyway, Laura, you've been, if I believe you were admitted into psychiatry when you were about 13 years old, and if I remember rightly, something like you've tried at least 19 different types of psychiatric drugs, right? Yeah. So, and then you spent from you were 13 years old to 14 years in the system before you found a way out in 2010. So since then, Laura, you've created the Inner Compass initiative. You've also got the Withdrawal Project, and you are working on a book which is called Unshrunk, which I don't know how far you're in that one, but I'm certainly looking forward to reading it when it's ready. So, but anyway, very warm welcome to you, and you've got half an hour, and I will try and keep an eye on the questions and answers and things. And yes, please. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much, Olga, and thanks to the Institute for having me. It's an honor to be here. And yeah, it's wonderful to see so many familiar names in the chat. So today I'm going to talk about psychiatric drug withdrawal. I'm going to start with my own experiences of it, and then kind of pan out to share about the lessons I've learned as someone who's gone through withdrawal, about myself and about just what it means to be human, really, and hopefully touch a bit on the broader issues that are at play in this incredibly important issue of withdrawal, which of course affects whether the millions and millions of people out there on these drugs realize it or not. It has a very significant effect on them. So just to and I should say, I'm not going to get into any of the technical aspects of coming off. If anyone's interested in learning about safer tapering protocols, the Withdrawal Project at withdrawal.theinnercompass.org, I see it's been linked to down there. We have a self-directed manual written in step-by-step detail with pictures, all comprehensive information to help you teach yourself about how to taper off safely. So please to find those resources there. It's all for free. And you can also find us on Facebook and Inner Compass Conversations, where we have regular live streams about withdrawal. And then we'll be launching a new community this summer online off of Facebook. So stay tuned for that too, if you want to join our community. So withdrawal, to jump right into my experience of it. Just a quick backstory of what led me to decide to come off. I was, as Olga said, I was psychiatrized as a kid, and I spent my teens and 20s deeply believing in the medical model, self-identifying as bipolar, among many other labels, taking all kinds of meds, believing very deeply in the meds, even though they never actually helped, but just kind of holding out hope. Oop, I'm going to close my window. Excuse me. I'm realizing there's background noise. Okay. Yeah, just holding out hope year after year that eventually they'll kick in, until I lost that hope. And by that point, I'd been told I was treatment resistant. And basically, I believed I was just so defective that even the best treatments weren't going to help me. And it wasn't until 2010, as Olga said, when I had what I see as three catalyzing events happened that forced me to step back and question my relationship to psychiatric drugs and diagnoses and mental health professionals. And each of these experiences involve encountering force and coercion, which I had never encountered before as a good patient. So I was forced into the hospital. I actually wanted to go, I just wanted to go home first to get my belongings, and security got involved. I was forced to take a drug I didn't want to take. And I had a police called on me when I slept through a therapy appointment to do a wellness check. Those three experiences made me realize that my faith, my unquestioning faith in the system, had meant that I basically surrendered ownership of myself. And I was in that place of questioning. I was on 5 meds at the time, going to a day treatment program for so-called borderline. And it was at that point that I found Bob Whitaker's book, Anatomy of an Epidemic. And that was really what clicked me into my conviction that I needed to come off of these drugs. I realized, after spending the most formative years of my life believing I had 2 options in front of me, treatment-resistant mental illness or suicide, basically, Bob's book helped me see that maybe there was a different option out there for me. And I didn't know what it was, but it ignited really curiosity in me. And so curiosity was the driving force, I would say, that led me onto my withdrawal journey. I should say when I came off of psychiatric drugs, I had no understanding of withdrawal, no understanding of physical drug dependence either. I was so fired up about the long-term adverse effects I'd experienced from taking these drugs that in my mind, it was logical. Oh, I got to get these things out of me as fast as possible so I can move on with my life. Little did I know that approach was entirely backwards. And as we say at the Withdrawal Project, the fastest way for most people most of the time to get off and stay off psychiatric drugs is to taper very, very slowly. And of course, slow is a subjective, vaguely defined word. Most people think it means weeks, months, a year. For many of us, especially who've taken these drugs for a number of years, it might mean multiple years of tapering. And so while that might sound like, oh my gosh, I'm going to be on these drugs forever, I'm never going to get my life back. The paradox is that if you come off of them slow enough, as I didn't, to avoid really destabilizing your central nervous system, you actually can get back to your life faster than if you come off really fast and then are disabled by the drugs for potentially, and by withdrawal for potentially many years. So I knew none of this in 2010. I want to get off of these 5 drugs and I want to do it as fast as possible. And my psychopharmacologist on my giant treatment team at the Borderline Center agreed to bring me off a few of them, not certain ones. I didn't have any emotional support from him. He basically said, he basically implied that he viewed this as a mistake and that I would regret it, but he wasn't going to stop me. And so I came off of 5 drugs in about 6 months, which is basically cold turkey. And when people ask me, what was your withdrawal like? It's hard sometimes for me to distinguish what were the long-term iatrogenic effects of the drugs from withdrawal, because I was already so, to put it like crudely, just messed up by being on the drugs, and that it wasn't that I was stable and then I came off and was not stable anymore. My life had been in shambles for years by that point. But I would say what withdrawal looked like for me in the first year was just the amplification of my already quite like warped and magnified emotions, which so just intense paranoia, quick to anger, just anxious all the time, really just feeling like I was drowning in despair all the time. Cognitively, I already had years where I could barely read, all along thinking it's because of how mentally ill I am. But now, of course, I see you're on potent psychoactive drugs, that'll do it to you. But my cognitive functioning really fell apart in the first year. Just my ability to articulate myself, to speak, I'd have so much in my head and I'd try to translate it into words, and it just never felt like I was doing it. My focus and ability to absorb information was even worse than it was before. My memory was even worse. And physically, I had so many strange and intense experiences happen, everything from having when I came off of lithium, just these horrible boils burst forth on my cheeks and my neck and my shoulders and my back, and they were so painful, and they were, the size of peas, and just it was agonizing. I had horrible stenches coming out of the skin on my chest. I had chronic headaches. In the first 6 months, I had random bouts of spontaneous vomiting. I had horrible digestive issues. I mean, I could run along the list of physical things. It would take minutes. And in many ways, I see with retrospect that my lack of understanding of what was happening to me, because I didn't really understand withdrawal, ended up benefiting me, because I didn't have this story that, oh my gosh, I'm in withdrawal. It's going to last for years. I'm screwed. What have I done to myself? I was so uprooted and disoriented and unsure of up from down. I always say, I just bumbled along, and I was in misery. I mean, I didn't even mention the insomnia, which was probably the worst of it. Just months and months of sleeping, a few hours a night total, and getting through basically by watching watching shows, especially South Park. That was my go-to show. But I didn't have a narrative that I was imposing on my experience. And I think that helped me, because I didn't create a self-fulfilling prophecy of any kind. I just bumbled along. And along the way, of course, I was, reading many more books beyond Anatomy of an Epidemic. I read Joanna Moncrief's work, Marsha Angel's book, The Truth About Drug Companies. I dove in. And so I was developing my own critical analysis of everything I had been through, and starting to see how big this story was, that it wasn't just about me. And so I was extricating myself from the borderline center, and I was still seeing a therapist, but I was starting to realize, what is this woman I'm paying money doing for me that I can't get from, at the time I was in the 12-step world, so that I can't get from a 12-step meeting. And so I think by deepening my sense of my critical consciousness, really, of myself in relation to the psychiatric industry, that really helped me get through the worst of the withdrawal, because I had this purpose, this sense of purpose now, as I realized I was a part of this bigger socio-political story, and that I needed to survive this. I needed to get through this, because I needed to show myself that all those stories I believed in so deeply weren't true, that without drugs and doctors and hospitals, I can't make it in the world, because I believed that so deeply for so long. So I would say, in terms of what the withdrawal looked like as the years unfolded, the first year was really hard. There was along the way healing happening and little shifts here and there, but it was just overall, every day felt, each day that I endured felt like I had accomplished this massive feat. Between years 1 and 3, being off these drugs, things started to get, the shittiness got less shitty, excuse my language. So I wouldn't say that I necessarily felt great at all, but things were getting less bad. And at that time, I was really diving deep into this movement, whatever we want to call it, that we're all a part of. I was was writing a blog about my experiences. I was going to conferences. I was sharing my story. I was connecting with people through my blog. So even though I was still in a lot of pain, physical, emotional pain every day, and I was paranoid and anxious all the time. And when I say paranoid, I mean just basically my interactions with other human beings. I would always have this background narrative running of like, what are they actually thinking about you? Do they actually think that? No, like I couldn't trust anything at face value. I was like unpacking everything all the time. But I had this rich, purposeful life that was growing progressively bigger. So in relation, what one started out as the totality of my experience, just being basically in drug-induced hell all day, every day, that was getting smaller and smaller in relation to my life getting bigger and bigger through this meaningful work I was doing. And so I would say by 3 years off, I was fully living my life, and I still had some ongoing digestive issues because of course, 90 to 95% of our serotonin receptors are in our guts. And so when we take SSRIs, it's not just, the little serotonin receptors in your brain, it's mostly altering our entire digestive system. So I had lots of things still going on, but they didn't own my day-to-day reality. They were quieter. They were, I just had so much else there. And so that was really when I started to feel like I was fully living life. I see now that was when the real work began, because getting off of psychiatric drugs is just the beginning. Getting these drugs out of our system is really the first step of what has since been for me and for so many of my friends and my brothers and sisters in this work, this really lifelong quest of rediscovering our true selves, who we always have been, that's perhaps been suppressed, blocked, numbed, whatever word you might use to describe how these meds affect us. The true us, each of us, is coming back online. And as someone who was psychiatrized as a kid, I missed learning a lot of basic life skills, like how to have effective communication, how to be independent, including financially. And I happen to have been born into a family and a life where I was really blessed with a lot of resources. So I was kind of carried along in my first few years of withdrawal because I couldn't work. I couldn't live alone. I couldn't be relied on for anything. And I always say this whenever I share my story, that in many ways, I think my socioeconomic resources are what led me into the mental health system so deep. But had I not had everything that I was so lucky to have had access to, just all kinds of support, it would have been so much harder for me to get out. Maybe I wouldn't have been able to get out. And so as I was learning how to live again, a few years in, that was when I really started, it clicked to me that being psychiatrized is not just about this layer of like, I have a mental illness and I need to take meds. There are so many bigger onion layers to peel back that go so deep to the heart of how our society functions. And really a lot of it is about just consumerism and this very powerful story so many of us are taught to believe in, that pain is something to be gotten rid of, whether it's physical pain, and of course the opiate epidemic is evidence of that, or emotional pain. The psychiatric drug epidemic is evidence of that. And even in withdrawal, where I was becoming so critical of the diagnostic paradigm and the whole mental health industry, for a while I was still on this quest to rid myself of pain. Now it was withdrawal symptoms, but how do I, this is so hard. I'm so afraid of what my mind is telling me right now. What if I can never this and never that? And I was so, it was the first time that I was fully present in myself, in body, mind, and spirit. And so it was about just figuring out how to be in relationship to my pain in so many ways. And so I think these deeper learnings for me as I've come off and healed from these drugs aren't even about the drugs at all. It's really about how am I in my skin with myself. And I think what's so hard in early withdrawal when you're just overwhelmed by pain and you don't yet necessarily feel tangible evidence of healing, it's really hard to trust in anything. But once I started to heal and as my evidence started to build, like, wow, I used to, not be able to go out to socialize because I was too debilitated by like shame and angst. Now here I am at, just as I started to see all these changes happening, it became easier and easier to practice being with my pain, because I was like deepening my roots and strengthening my roots within myself. And of course, along the way, I was just coming alive. I had my first orgasm when I was 27 years old. I had no sexual function whatsoever through the most critical years for sexual development. The creative side of my being that was so vibrant as a child came back online. My ability to feel like intimately connected to another human being, to feel bonded, to feel emotionally just like present with someone came back. And, of course, all those years I was labeled borderline when I, would be in these like very impulsive and short lasting fleeting relationships and, oh, you're promiscuous and blah, 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 all these horrible words that get thrown at those of us labeled borderline. I now see the parts of me that would have allowed me to bond and to like have intuitive senses of like, this person is right for me or isn't right for me. Those were drugged. So for me, the withdrawal journey is about all of this deeper, meatier human stuff. And so many people who reach out to me for support around withdrawal, I remember feeling this way too. You can feel as though you have to wait until you heal before you can live. But I've learned with retrospect that you heal through living. You heal through, speaking for myself, when I wasn't consciously doing this, but I now look back and I'm like, oh, this is what was happening. Every day that I made it through, I was putting myself out there, opening myself up to possibility, to opportunity, to connection, to the best of my abilities each day. And it was through that I found my sense of purpose and some of the most meaningful relationships I've ever had in my life. It was through just putting myself out there in the midst of the pain, instead of saying to myself, I have to hide away until I've healed from this withdrawal before I can live again. That was how I healed and how I'm still healing to this day, because, my central nervous system, I'm 12 years in now. Is that right? I think we're 2022, almost, I'll be 12 years this fall off. And I can tell my central nervous system is still sensitized to stress. And, if I'm not taking the care of myself that I know I need through, nutrition and exercise and contemplative practices, and I haven't been doing that much at all these days. I have a 16-month-old son, which continues to feel surreal much of the time. And so, I can feel that my body isn't fully there yet, but the difference is that I'm not afraid of that. And I know why it's happening and I know what I need to do. I just, I won't be so sleep deprived a year from now and things will feel better. So my struggles I'm not afraid of them. So I think for the last 5 or so minutes, I wrote down a few just kind of key learnings that I've had in my own withdrawal experience that I thought might be helpful to share. because this to me again is what withdrawal is all about. And then I'm really eager to connect with everyone in the Q&A after. So the first one is, to anyone who is thinking about coming off or coming off, know your why. Know why it is that you want to do this. We call it our withdrawal beacon at the Withdrawal Project. Have something really clear in your mind that you're going towards in your quest to come off. For me, it was that curiosity of who would I be off of these drugs? I needed to find that out, my baseline. I was determined to find that out. The other key lesson for me has been just that quick fixes usually lead to more problems and that the only way out really is through, however cliched it is to say, and realizing again that these onion layers, because we can become critical of the diagnoses and the drugs, but still feel this desire to fix our pain, whether it's withdrawal symptoms or whatever else. And in my experience, learning how to be with instead of suppress or run away from has been just so empowering and liberating for me. As I said earlier, your emotional pain is nothing to be afraid of. I often say to people, another learning for me that I only really thought about after the fact, but withdrawal symptoms, you could argue, are a sign of change. Things are happening in your central nervous system, in your body, as they are working to heal themselves, to recover from the structural and functional injuries that these drugs cause. So we have all this flexibility to make meaning of withdrawal symptoms in a different way. And I like to say it's a sign of change happening. It's a sign of your body healing. So many people in the withdrawal community, myself included, early on, it's so natural to feel to feel just overwhelmed by grief and to feel like all the years we spent psychiatrized were lost, were a waste, that we're behind. And I've learned since that it's quite the opposite, that none of this is wasted time, that what we learn by surviving psychiatrization brings so much richness and meaning and connection into our lives. I know I just sense clear as day, had I not been in the depths of the iatrogenic hell that I was in, and iatrogenic both from the diagnoses and the existential iatrogenesis, along with the bodily iatrogenesis, had I not come to know so intimately what a life not worth living was, I don't think I would have the appreciation that I have today for each little moment of life, for the smell of flowers as they're blooming along the sidewalk here in spring, for the feel of sun on my cheek, these little things that I never had access to when I was psychiatrized. So just know that what you're in right now, if you're in it, is not a waste. It is so full of meaning, and it will bring you so much, if it isn't already, if you just hang in there. And I've learned through withdrawal how important it is to embrace the unknown, just the mystery of life, this quest we're always on to find answers and explanations. And I need to see this expert to help me figure this out. And what does this mean? And sometimes it's important to have explanatory frameworks, but sometimes it isn't. And I find it incredibly freeing when I'm able to just let go of the need to know why or what something I'm experiencing is. I think I would say just, at the heart of being psychiatrized is the surrender of trust in yourself. And in turn, you place it in all these professionals around you and the pills and whatever else. And learning for me on the withdrawal journey that the answers don't lie out there, they're in me. And that's really where the name Inner Compass Initiative came from. They are in each and every one of us right now, everything we need to make it through this. And then the last learning, I would say, is just at the end of the day, the experts on withdrawal or those of us who've been through it ourselves, it doesn't matter what letters are after someone's name. It doesn't matter how critical they are of the system, how well-meaning they are. If you haven't been through it, you can't know it. It's just unspeakable the experience of taking these drugs and coming off of these drugs is. And so I think as we forge ahead, to me, it's our mandate as current and ex-patients, survivors, whatever labels we want to use, that we position ourselves as the leaders in this, and that we educate professionals, we educate media, we educate families, because we know this more than anyone else, and we always will. I'm going to close. I have a couple minutes. I wanted to close with a little story. So the book Olga mentioned, I just submitted my second round of edits to my editor. So I don't know when it's going to be published, but I've done the bulk of the work, luckily. But I was thinking, I had written this, I don't know if it will make it into the book or not, but I was writing about a few months ago, I was listening to an interview I did in 2012 with Will Hall, a Madness Radio interview. I was less than 2 years off the drugs, and we were talking about withdrawal. And at one point he asked me just how, if I felt like I had healed. And I said, in all, like, just with such earnestness, I feel like I've fully healed. I'm in good touch with my emotions today. I feel like my life is clicking into place. I feel like I've really healed. And so here I am listening to this at 12, or I guess 10 years later, 10 years after the interview, 12 years off drugs. And I just am filled with such like affection for that me then, for all that I had no idea was in store for me. A lot of healing had happened, that was true, but I had no baseline of comparison for what a purpose, like for what a meaningful, integrated life was. And so just the positive shifts that had happened to me, I was like, oh, I'm healed. It was just beginning. And every time I say that to someone, I get the chills, because if you're in that place right now where you're in the first few years, and you're wondering, is this as good as it's going to get? Is this what my baseline is? Is this all that's in store? It's just beginning for you. I don't even know you necessarily. Some of you I know. And I can tell you that what lies ahead for you is profound and so exciting. You just have to hang in there, and you just have to develop a deepening sense of trust and faith in your body, in your spirit, in those of us who've walked this path before you. We heal, and so much lies ahead for you out there if you're struggling to believe that that's the case. So with that, I'll stop talking. I'm so eager to connect with you all and hear questions and comments, and thank you for having me speak.
Hi, Laura.
Hey, Lucy.
I don't know what's happened to Olga. She might come back.
Okay.
In the meantime, I was wondering, can you see the Q&A panel at the bottom?
Yeah. Should I scroll through and find some questions?
Yeah, maybe choose ones that make sense to you.
Yeah, sure. Let's see. And apologies to people here. I'm going to do this out of order. Let me see here.
You can, they're generally in time.
And Lucy, if you see any too,
yeah.
I'm just scrolling through. Lots of great comments, but I'm still waiting to get to a question. Someone asked if I'm on Twitter. I am on Twitter. I'm terrible at Twitter, but I'm going to try to get better at Twitter this year. I'm just at Laura Delano. Let's see. Yeah, Lucy, if you find one, just jump in.
Someone is asking, would you have any support, I guess, to offer if someone was setting up an initiative similar to Inner Compass in their country?
Oh, yeah. I mean, we would be happy to help. I mean, one of our big dreams, we're still so small and need more resources and funding and all that, but we hope to be able to develop chapters or affiliates elsewhere. But so if you wanted to help bring Inner Compass to where you are, we can totally help with that. But if you want to start your own initiative with a similar mission, just email us at hello@theinnercompass.org, because we're always connecting with people who are developing other initiatives and groups and organizations, and just to learn about what we're doing, what we're all doing, to stay in touch. Yeah, so email us there for sure.
Yeah, I feel like your organization is a pioneer for so many others. And it's been, people have posted it so much in the comments today.
Oh, that's so meaningful to hear. What I feel most, I'm proud that we are a layperson organization, that we are founded and led by those of us who've been through it. And one of our, our goals is to, and I think we're on our way there, to help subvert or invert, I guess you could say, the power dynamic when it comes to knowledge transfer. Our society right now views, we defer to professionals and experts to tell us, to teach us, to educate us. And we like the idea of flipping that on its head so that one day, not just even with psychiatric drugs, with all pharmaceutical drugs and other consumer products too, the experts are actually the people who've had the experiences directly. Yeah, but thanks for that comment, Lucy. I'm trying to see if there's a comment here that maybe I could turn. Oh, no, that's hard to turn to. Yeah, let's see. Are you seeing other questions? I'm just scrolling from the top down, so.
It is tough. A lot of people have put them in the comments. If anyone has put questions in the comments, put them in the Q&A box.
Oh, whoopsie. I've been looking at the comments the whole time. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. No wonder it's taking so long. Okay. Sorry. It's been a long day. I also grew up this morning. So.
I understand. I also think, I don't know if Olga's going to come back, so I want to just introduce myself in case people missed that.
Please.
I'm Lucy. I do the admin for the Institute, so a lot of the technical stuff, and if you email the Institute, I'm likely to reply to you, and please do if you want to follow up on the conference. Olga's back.
I'm so sorry. I'm back.
No worries. It happens.
The electricity went out.
Oh, gosh.
And everything went. I'm so sorry.
Well, I can dive in now that I know where the questions are. I can dive in. I can't believe of course it's in the Q&A, not the chat. So someone's asking about why Effexor isn't available in liquid, and I actually am pretty sure that it is. If there a great website for anyone looking to find out what different forms and formulations your drug is available as, you can go to drugbank.ca. It's actually a Canadian website, but the American Drug Bank is not useful. We also, at the Withdrawal Project, if you click taper on the main menu and then scroll to, I think it's step 11, click on step 11, determining if your drug is taper friendly. We walk you through how to find out all the different forms and formulations your drug is available as. So let's see.
This is a similar question, but someone's asked, how do you think that grassroots organizers can come together in more consistent ways on a larger national scale and potentially international to misinformation and educate the public?
It's such a good question. We just need to get a couple of us to find the funding to organize. I think the most fun way too would be to find some funding to actually organize a conference just for us. And so if anyone is interested in doing that, we've talked for years about doing it. And now that COVID seems to, fingers crossed, I don't even want to say anything more. I don't want to jinx myself, but if anyone is interested in, you know, trying to explore that, contact us, because we've wanted to organize an in-person conference for like people, just those of us living our lives, doing this work, to come together and help each other, and like basically build at the neighborhood level resources, supports, communities, because I think change has to happen there. It has to happen in all these levels, but at the neighborhood level, it's essential. So get in touch with us at ICI. I see a question about protracted. Someone says, can you comment about severe protracted withdrawal and things that can be done to get through that, and how the brain and body can heal? For anyone who isn't familiar with the term protracted withdrawal, the way a lot of us define it in the withdrawal community is if you've been in withdrawal for 18 months or more. There's acute withdrawal, which is like the beginning, and then there's post-acute, and then protracted. And so, yeah, many people, not everyone, but many people find that it is years of healing. And I would say to anyone in that place that this idea of having to do something, you know, to that, like there's something that you just need to do. I have found a lot of freedom in just letting go of that and trusting that the body has this wisdom. The brain is so plastic, so we are such resilient physical beings. And so focusing less on like, what can I do to heal the protracted, and more on how can I cultivate being with myself, my pain, my mind, while I'm in this, I would say. And you're so far from alone. And come to our Q&As in the Inner Compass Conversations Facebook group, because we do them regularly, and it's all about open-ended Q&As about withdrawal. So if people have other questions about protracted, some of our team have been in protracted themselves and can talk about it too. Yeah.
I'm afraid I can't see the questions because I joined. So
no worries. I see another, a great one. Someone asks, did your healing come partly from reading the book Man's Search for Meaning by Holocaust survivor Viktor Frankl? It was and is one of the best books I ever read. Healing through meaning. It helped me get through a debilitating chronic illness. Yes, I'm so glad you asked that. To anyone out there who isn't familiar with that book or who hasn't read it, please pick it up. Man's Search for Meaning by Viktor Frankl. He was ironically a psychiatrist. But it's a beautiful book that, you know, dives into the unspeakable darkness of what he survived in concentration camps. But it really focuses on this idea that the objective to living isn't to be happy, it's to have meaning. And I read that book towards the end of, somewhere in my first year off, and it shifted everything for me. It was huge in that, when I mentioned in the story, just realizing that I was still kind of indoctrinated into this idea that pain is something to be gotten rid of. It really, really helped. It planted the seed in that journey, of learning how to be with my pain and see how meaningful it is, this response to things that are happening, of course, in our lives, but obviously in our bodies too, when it comes to withdrawal. So I highly recommend that as a book. So Dave has a great, hi Dave, this is Dave Walker. Hey, I noticed through the health struggles of a close relation that antidepressant drugs are being repositioned as treatment for chronic physical pain. We pushed back on a health provider associated with a prestigious clinic on this issue, and they were stunned. How do we widen the visibility of this information to other areas of healthcare where psychiatry has influenced what's increasingly considered the new approach to pain? Oh, it's a great question. I mean, I'm more optimistic about reaching non-psychiatric professionals because the stakes are less high for them. Their whole identity isn't dependent on psychiatric drugs, although 76% of psychiatric drugs in the US, or that's the last number I read, are prescribed by general practitioners. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it is just in our own lives, in our own day-to-day lives. Any chance you have to have a conversation about this with someone when it feels right, when you feel like there's an openness, a curiosity to it, to the person, that's activism, to be, you know, just communicating with people. And I mean, hopefully all the great research that's starting to creep into the literature, you know, what Mark's doing and others, hopefully that will help to make it easier to be taken seriously, because there's going to be a peer-reviewed evidence base for some of this stuff. But yeah, it's a big beast we're up against, because the education, you know, the continuing education of all doctors is so corrupted by the pharmaceutical industry that, you know, there are a lot of layers of influence to get through. So I don't know if you guys have thoughts on that, but let's see. Okay.
Well, I
Okay,
think
here's.
you got one more.
Oh, do we have time for one more? Are we out of time?
Well, quickly take it if it's a quick one.
There's one.
Yeah.
Let me see. Lucy, do you have? I'm trying to. There's so many, and I'm feeling
The one that, I mean, there are so many, and I feel like that's why it's so good that you do Q&As.
I see one that's super important to respond to. When someone asks, how do you taper when you feel so ill? I'll say, the way we talk about our philosophy at the Withdrawal Project is that withdrawal symptoms are a sign of central nervous system destabilization. And oftentimes you'll, you know, myself included, when I came off, you're so determined, I just gotta get off these drugs. I have to push through, need to make another cut. I know I feel horrible. Many people find that actually can end up compounding problems, making things so much worse than you even imagined possible. So the way we talk about making decisions around tapering at the Withdrawal Project is to listen to your body. And most people find that if they are feeling super ill and super disrupted by withdrawal, that not making any further cuts, just holding steady where they are. Sometimes people have to up dose, meaning go back up to the last dose they were on where they felt stable. If they can do that, the quicker you do that, the better the chances that might help. It doesn't always help. But that pushing through and continuing to taper when one is destabilized almost always never goes well and can really prolong the healing timeline. So holding steady and waiting until things stabilize is what the harm reduction approach is that we take at the Withdrawal Project. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Laura. That was fabulous. I found myself resonating with so much of what you were saying, and I was also really happy that you also bring forth the idea of the expertise of those of us who have been through this, you know, because there is such an interest in, you know, of course there'll be an interest in commercializing this, of course, but the knowledge is found so much within the community of those of us who've been this very long and often hard journey.
Indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. And to anyone who has questions that weren't answered, you know, contact us, hello@theinnercompass.org, find us on Facebook, sign up for our newsletter. We're here for you. You're not alone. So, and thanks, Lucy, thanks, Olga.
And by the way, the Inner Compass, if you can't find your answer there, well, you know, probably, well, you can find everything. I truly, it's a really good website. I highly recommend it.
Thanks. We work hard on it. Thanks, Olga. Okay, everyone. Well, take care. Bye.
Bye. And now we have the break, and then the movie, the documentary. I want to call it a movie, but it's very good. It's very interesting. I do recommend it. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So.
Yes. So I'm waiting for Stevie. We're going to test the video, and it's the training video. You've probably heard this, Olga. It's made by the Institute and funded.
Yeah.
Well, Stevie will say more about
She'll
it.
be able to, yeah. Oh, hi, there you are. Hello.
Hello. So, Lucy, you're going to give it a go.
Okay, so we'll test it.
Yeah.
And I will leave you to, well, I'll go onto the other computer.
See you, Olga.
Bye. Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so this is the large version. And can you see it now?
Yeah, it's starting up.
Yeah.
It's quite fuzzy
Okay.
on my screen. Might be okay on other people's. But I just want to make sure that it's picking up the whole of the film, that we're not losing, because it seems to be blown up bigger, that it's not losing anything. But that's just my potential overthinking what might go wrong.
No, it's good to check. It looks good on my screen, but my screen's quite small.
Oh, okay, and mine is quite a big PC screen. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be okay. Can you just drag it forward just a little bit more, just so that we can see maybe when Mark and I are side by side?
Do you mean zoom in?
No, just go forward in the recording.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, looks like it's all there. That's fine.
Yeah.
Absolutely fine. Yeah.
And I don't know if anyone's still watching this and hasn't gone on a break, but could everyone, if anyone couldn't hear that, let us know, because I know the sound can be a problem.
Okay, well, cut.
Looks good and sound okay. Okay, great.
Splendid. Thank you.
Wonderful. See you at 7 or whatever time it is in about half an hour.
Ooh, down to 20 minutes. See you later.
See you later.
It's. I'm trying not to laugh.
So I probably better.
This place is so Hello, Mark.
Hello, Stevie.
Hi, well, it's 7 o'clock on the button, so I guess it must be time for us to move to the last part of the conference for today. So I'd like to say thank you very much to all those of you who've come back and stayed on to watch our little movie, as Olga called it, which makes it sound really nice. So hello there, my name is Stevie Lewis. I'm on the board of this august institution, the International Institute of Psychiatric Drug Withdrawal. And I'm not going to say any more about myself now, because you're going to hear my story during this 15-minute training video that we have created. And it was funded by Open Excellence, and it was produced, edited and produced by a company called Mindwick. Now, why did we do this? Well, we wanted to have in place a clear explanation for doctors and for members of the public, patients, everyone, a clear explanation of how antidepressant withdrawal presents itself and how to help people withdraw safely. And the presenting itself is because we know that prescribers are not recognizing it when they see it. So we know that patients' actual experience of taking antidepressants is very different from prescribers' expectations. We know this anecdotally through people like Laura Delano, whose story, that very moving story that you heard today, and me, because Laura and we have stuck our hands up and made a bit of a fuss about it. And we know now via academic research, Professor John Reed's research, who is our chairman, and in that research, it has proved that if you're prescribed an antidepressant, you are more likely than not to go through some form of withdrawal. What you are going to see in this film is a two-way discussion between Dr. Mark Horowitz, who is here with me now, and me. We have put together a question and answer format where I describe my time on the drug and my difficulties with withdrawal, protracted withdrawal, and Mark explains the science behind my experience. And I should say at this point, if this is a movie, movies these days, they're about superheroes, aren't they? And Mark Horowitz is my superhero. So Mark then moves on, very importantly, to describe how to taper safely and how to support someone in withdrawal. And the timing for this, we believe, is perfect, because NICE has just published their new guidelines, which is called, the guidelines are called Medicines Associated with Dependence or Withdrawal Symptoms, the Safe Prescribing and Withdrawal Management for Adults. And within these guidelines, conspicuous by its absence is detailed for prescribers on how to taper. So we very much hope you're going to learn something valuable here. And at the end, there are 30 minutes set aside for questions, and I would please ask you to put those in the Q&A box. And Mark and I will try and answer some of those after the screening, and I suspect that the majority of them are going to be for Mark. And Lucy has asked me to add, anybody who is watching this video in Eventbrite, if you have problems hearing the video, there is a button which says view the event in Zoom, a button under the screen in orange, and you need to click on that in order for the volume to come up. There we are. I will say goodbye now and see you all again at the end of the film. I think we're ready to roll, Lucy. Thank you very much. training video is presented by the International Institute for Psychiatric Drug Withdrawal. The Institute supports the human right to informed choice with regard to psychiatric drugs. Our goals include the development of research and practice-based knowledge that will facilitate safe reduction and withdrawal from psychiatric drugs. In line with that, the subject of the video you're watching is how to withdraw safely from antidepressants. My name is Stevie Lewis. I'm a campaigner who for the past 3 years has been bringing to the attention of the public, UK governments and the NHS the potential for patients to become physically dependent on SSRI antidepressants. And importantly, how to recognise and support people in antidepressant withdrawal. Our aim for today is to explain to doctors and members of the public how withdrawal presents itself and how to help people withdraw safely so they don't have to go through the unpleasant and protracted withdrawal process that I had to. To set the scene for this, I'm going to give you some background on my own experience, and then I'm going to be talking to an expert in antidepressant withdrawal and safe tapering, Dr. Mark Horowitz. We're planning to cover the process of how to identify withdrawal, how to safely taper, and how to stop antidepressants, which we hope will be educational for doctors and members of the public alike. Mark Horowitz is a clinical research fellow in psychiatry at UCL and the NHS. He has a PhD in the neurobiology of antidepressants from the Institute of Psychiatry at King's College London. He has published papers on safe tapering in the Lancet Psychiatry and authored the Royal College of Psychiatry guidance on stopping antidepressants. Hello and welcome, Mark.
Hi, Stevie. I'm very happy to be here.
Let's start by giving some background on my experience with antidepressants. I took an SSRI, Seroxat or paroxetine, which is its generic name, for 17 years. And I didn't choose to take it for that long. I took it willingly for about 3 years in all, and the rest I spent trying to stop. I went to the doctor originally with intermittent insomnia, which happened when I went away on business. And it had happened to me once in the past when I first went to university. And I remembered that the very occasional Mogadon, which is a benzodiazepine, had solved the problem nicely. So that's what I went along for. My GP at the time asked me some additional questions. I told him about the unexplained levels of low anxiety I had once a month. And he then shocked me, really, by telling me that I was on the edge of a clinical depression, that I had a chemical balance in my brain and that my brain wasn't producing enough serotonin and that I needed to take this antidepressant, Seroxat, brand name, as I mentioned, for paroxetine in the United Kingdom. I needed to take a tablet daily to correct this imbalance. Now, I already knew about the potential for addiction with the benzodiazepines. That class of drugs includes Valium or Xanax, Ativan. And I asked him at the time if this could happen with Seroxat, and he assured me this was a new class of drugs and that I couldn't become addicted to it. And looking back, the word withdrawal didn't feature in that or any subsequent dialogues with him. So I took Seroxat for about 6 months, and then I decided to stop because I felt fine, and I had about 3 weeks of dizziness and nausea. And it was bad enough that I went to see the doctor with the problem, and he suggested I had labyrinthitis. I then had about a 9-month break during which I didn't take anything, but I had some difficult life events. My mother died, I had 3 miscarriages, and so I ended up with similar symptoms of anxiety and insomnia. And I went back to the doctor, and these symptoms were again attributed to my chemical imbalance. So back on Seroxat for about a year, and I stopped again because I felt perfectly well. And this time I noticed within about 36 to 48 hours, I was feeling quite anxious. I couldn't sleep, I had no appetite, and I couldn't stop crying. The doctor this time said that I had relapsed My original symptoms were worse. I had a general anxiety disorder, and this was a diagnosis I just couldn't argue with because I'd never experienced symptoms like this ever in my life before. So back on Siroxat for another just under 2 years, I think. I stopped again. I wanted to see if my brain chemicals were now balanced, but I found again the symptoms were even worse. And I noticed that there seemed to be a pattern to my symptoms arriving and their resolution. They seemed to be predictable. There seemed to be a time element to this. 36 to 48 hours after stopping the drug, I became more ill than I could ever remember being. And after about the same period of time when I reintroduced the drug, I felt perfectly well again. And this made me wonder, is this really me? Am I really this ill? Or possibly, is it the drug? And this prompted me to look on the internet. This was a time when there were only really 2 SSRIs being prescribed. So Siroxat, paroxetine, or Prozac. It didn't take much searching to find that there were a couple of main groups of people out there, one in the US and one in this country, who were all struggling to come off Siroxat, or Paxil, as it's called in the US. And they had exactly the same symptoms as me. And they were claiming that they were addicted to, or as we now know more accurately, physically dependent on this drug, and that the symptoms I was experiencing were the same as they were describing, and they were calling it pure withdrawal. And I learned around the same time that this diagnosis of chemical imbalance that I'd been given had no basis in science whatsoever. So this left me with future years of continually trying to withdraw, and with virtually no support, as withdrawal was not really acknowledged as existing. I had moved to Wales, so I had a new GP, and she did her best to help me. When I asked for help, she supplied me with liquid so that I could reduce more slowly. She helped me with supplying syringes. But it's fair to say that no matter what I did, how many attempts I made, each time the withdrawal symptoms got worse and worse, and they got worse the lower that I went on the dose. This was what I experienced. And as I mentioned at the beginning of this film, our intention is that it helps to educate doctors and inform members of the public so that people in a similar position to me won't struggle and suffer like I had to, because I didn't know what to do properly to taper, and the information available to help me was either limited or inaccurate. Mark is now going to take us through how the science that is available to us now can explain and demonstrate my experience. So Mark, tell us, when I was seeing my doctor, what would they have been told at that time about antidepressant withdrawal?
Right. So first, Stevie, I'm so sorry to hear what you've been through. Sadly, it's an all too common story, and I think it's very representative of what was happening years ago, and probably to some degree is still happening today. And so the first thing is many GPs at that time and still today have been taught to call the symptoms that occur when you stop an antidepressant discontinuation symptoms, not withdrawal symptoms. And this was an attempt by drug companies to try to distinguish their drugs from drugs you've mentioned, the benzodiazepines, that had been associated with withdrawal symptoms. They didn't want their market to be affected in the same way as it had been for benzodiazepines by this negative association with withdrawal symptoms. And so they invented a euphemism, discontinuation symptoms, which sounds much more benign and less threatening than withdrawal symptoms. The description that GPs were taught was that these discontinuation symptoms were mild and they were brief or self-limiting, often for a week or two. And that was what was in the NICE guidelines, the authoritative guidelines in England and in guidelines around the world, including in America. And really the origin of this description was a consensus panel put together by a drug company in which the phrase brief and mild was repeated, distributed in numerous academic papers until it became almost a pharmaceutical meme, a line that was repeated again and again in papers, and that found its way out into authoritative guidance. So when you went to see your GP, they would have expected mild and brief symptoms coming off an antidepressant, not the kind of disastrous, severe symptoms that you presented with.
So what did doctors then know about how to stop an antidepressant?
Along with the idea that discontinuation symptoms were mild and brief, in order to avoid them, not a lot of effort was needed. And so the advice given was people can stop antidepressants over 2 or 4 weeks. And in the NICE guidance for years, it's said that patients can stop their antidepressants over 4 weeks. The advice to stop over 4 weeks was a consensus position of a few doctors at the time and not based on any evidence. And unfortunately, this advice has been propagated through medical school, through lectures, through the GP learning system, and that's what is accepted as the basic practice at the moment.
So can you describe to us then, what are the withdrawal symptoms that one gets from an antidepressant?
The withdrawal symptoms you can get from either coming down on an antidepressant or stopping it are myriad. They can manifest in both physical and psychological symptoms, and that's because the neurotransmitters affected by antidepressants, serotonin and other neurotransmitters, affect many different bodily systems. And therefore they have very wide-ranging effects. So for example, there are physical symptoms like dizziness, headache, nausea, vivid dreams. There are quite distinctive sensory symptoms. People describe electric shocks in their head or even in their limbs sometimes. There are effects on the gut, like nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. There are a number of effects on muscles, so people can get tremors, troubles with coordination, muscle pain, and spasms. One particularly concerning effect of antidepressant withdrawal is akathisia, better known as an adverse effect of antipsychotics, but it can occur in people coming off antidepressants. I've seen it, and it can be horrible. It's described by people as their nervous system being on fire. It can lead people to feel incredibly uncomfortable in their own skin, leading to pacing, and in some cases to suicide because the sensation is so unbearable. So this is probably the worst possible consequence of withdrawal. It's also been found in quite large studies that there is an increase in suicide attempts in the weeks after stopping an antidepressant. So the effect of withdrawal can be very profound on a person, manifesting, yes, as I've said, both in physical and psychological symptoms. In fact, there are lists that list 80 or more possible symptoms. So really almost every system in the body can be affected by withdrawal.
So why do people get withdrawal symptoms?
Right. So antidepressants work by modifying the levels of chemicals in our brain. So many of them act on serotonin, some act on noradrenaline, others act on dopamine. We now know that there's no evidence for lowered levels of these neurotransmitters in people with anxiety or depression. So these antidepressants are therefore causing a change in the normal chemistry of the brain. And the brain adapts to the presence of these drugs to these changes because of a principle known as homeostasis. So when we're in a cold environment, our body warms up to maintain our temperature. The same kind of homeostatic principle is applied to a neurotransmitter like serotonin. So when it's increased, the brain and the body becomes less sensitive to serotonin, leading to a downregulation of serotonin receptors. And that means that when the antidepressant is reduced in dose or taken away, that the level of chemicals that the brain has become used to is now lowered, and the brain experiences this as a deficit of serotonin. And this is what causes withdrawal symptoms. And the withdrawal symptoms probably last as long as it takes the brain to go back to its normal level of sensitivity. So its level of sensitivity before the antidepressant was started. This also helps to explain why withdrawal symptoms can last so long. People often say, well, the drug is out of the body, so how could you possibly have withdrawal symptoms? Yeah. And this is a misunderstanding of what's causing withdrawal. Withdrawal is caused by a difference between what the brain expects in terms of levels of neurochemicals and what's actually provided. And it's the time taken for the brain to get used to the lower levels that explains why withdrawal symptoms can last so long. And if your system takes months or years to get back to normal, then that's the period of time that someone will experience withdrawal symptoms. And now that we understand that, it makes a lot more sense why people can have such long-lasting symptoms. And then it also helps to explain why there's so many myriad varied symptoms of withdrawal. We have serotonin receptors in the gut, for example, and that's why people will have gastrointestinal symptoms. We have serotonin receptors all throughout the nervous system, muscles, and so all of these systems can be affected by withdrawal.
Yeah, you can see, can't you, how what you're describing there is such a chaotic range of symptoms, which I experienced firsthand, and how these must baffle GPs. I mean, for example, I visited my GP for problems with palpitations, insomnia. I saw specialists for gut problems. I developed a movement disorder. And what you're describing there is all these can be traced back to how serotonin affects the body and mind. And you can also tell that doctors think that they are being presented with mental health symptoms, as opposed to what is really happening, physical reactions to the absence of the drug. And this is so important for doctors to understand. This is a physical problem. And I wish my GP had known that. And it's good to hear that hopefully things are changing now, and this aspect of withdrawal is going to be recognized.
So exactly, I think GPs are baffled by these presentations because there is such a wide range of symptoms, and they're also very taught to be very closely vigilant of a relapse. So they're always thinking in their mind, is this person relapsing with anxiety and depression? And that causes them to focus on the psychological manifestations of withdrawal rather than the physical symptoms. I think that leads to a lot of the trouble that we'll hopefully talk about.
Well, yes. So can withdrawal symptoms be mistaken by a prescriber for a return of the underlying condition?
So I think the answer is absolutely, and I think it happens very common. Of the tens of thousands of people on peer-led websites who are getting advice on how to come off their antidepressants safely, most of them say that they're there because they had withdrawal symptoms that were misdiagnosed as a return of their condition by their GP or psychiatrist. So it must be a widespread phenomenon. And it's very easy to understand why that might be, because we know that withdrawal symptoms include anxiety, depressed mood, and poor sleep, which can look a lot like a return of the underlying condition. We know that these mood symptoms can be withdrawal symptoms because even people with no underlying mental health condition experience these symptoms when they reduce or stop an antidepressant. So for example, people who are prescribed an antidepressant for pain or the menopause, when they reduce their antidepressant, they can experience these symptoms. So it's not just people that have an underlying condition. And that's how we can be sure that these are withdrawal symptoms. It's very easy for GPs to make the mistake of thinking this is the underlying condition coming back, because a patient walks in, the first thing they say is they're anxious, they can't sleep, and GPs have been taught, one, that discontinuation symptoms are generally mild and brief. So when someone comes into their office saying, I've got these very severe symptoms, they've been here for weeks, the first thing they're going to think about is relapse, because that doesn't match their description in their minds of discontinuation symptoms being mild and brief. It's also especially likely to occur if the GP doesn't think or know to ask about other symptoms, especially physical symptoms that make withdrawal symptoms more distinctive. So I think foremost in a GP's mind is relapse. You've got to be a pretty clued up GP to ask about attendant withdrawal symptoms like dizziness or nausea or muscle problems, something that will help you distinguish it from an underlying condition coming back. I think that's why it happens so commonly that these withdrawal symptoms are mistaken for a return of an underlying condition.
Then this is really, really important for people, anybody who is watching us now, Mark. How can withdrawal symptoms be distinguished from relapse?
I think there are a few clues that can help both patients and doctors distinguish withdrawal symptoms from relapse, some of which we've touched on. So one is quicker onset for withdrawal symptoms. So people experience withdrawal symptoms often days after reducing or stopping their medication. In some of the shorter acting drugs like paroxetine, it can actually happen within hours of missing a dose. That is not typical for a return of an underlying condition, which can take weeks or months after stopping a medication. There's a bit of a proviso to this in that long-acting drugs like fluoxetine or Prozac can have withdrawal symptoms that are themselves delayed by days or weeks. And sometimes you hear of patients that do experience withdrawal symptoms, even in shorter acting drugs that are delayed longer. So I think people need to have a high index of suspicion for withdrawal symptoms, but one clue is happening soon after reducing dose. Probably the most helpful aspect to look for is symptoms other than psychological symptoms that are present along with them. So if someone comes in with anxiety and trouble sleeping, it's worth asking about other symptoms like dizziness, like nausea, like electric shock sensations that are clearly not symptoms of an underlying anxious or depressive disorder and help to distinguish it as a withdrawal syndrome. I think it's also worth saying that if a person has psychological symptoms that are very different from their underlying condition, that's another clue that's probably withdrawal. So if someone went on a medication because they had low mood and they were sleeping all the time, and now, a few days after stopping their medication, they can't sleep and are having panic attacks, completely different symptoms from their underlying condition, it's much more likely that they've developed withdrawal symptoms rather than happening to coincidentally develop a new mental health condition just at the moment they've stopped a medication. Possible, but very unlikely, much more plausible that they've got symptoms related to the change in the drug. So I think it's good for doctors to understand what were the original symptoms and use that to distinguish them from whatever is happening when people come in with new symptoms after stopping their drug. Another way to help distinguish, more helpful in retrospect, I think you've gone through something similar, that when you restart the drug, the symptoms go away reasonably quickly if you restart it soon after the symptoms come on. So if you've been off the drug for a couple of weeks, you go back on it, often people will experience an improvement in their symptoms over a few days. It's a little bit less likely to have as quick an effect if you wait months afterwards, but even then it can improve symptoms. And that is a sign probably that it's withdrawal symptoms if they resolve fairly quickly after restarting a medication. Another thing for people who are making small reductions, they can often see a wave pattern of withdrawal symptoms. Symptoms come on a few days after stopping, they get worse, they reach a peak, they start to improve, and they resolve. And that pattern of worsening and getting better is very typical of withdrawal and different from return of an underlying condition, which can stick around for a lot longer. I think the last thing to say is what is not useful, and that is, I think, a historical idea that if someone has symptoms that are very severe or that are lasting a long time, then that must be a return of their underlying condition. Now that we understand that withdrawal symptoms can be severe and can be long-lasting, that is no longer a very helpful characteristic to help distinguish withdrawal from relapse.
That leads us on really very neatly to our next question. What has happened recently with our understanding of how hard it is to stop antidepressants?
Right. So there has been really a burgeoning interest in this topic over the last few years, and we've learned a lot of things about it. I mean, in reality, the first cases of people having trouble stopping antidepressants because of withdrawal symptoms were first reported in the early 1990s. So it's really been known now for 30 years. But the first systematic review of this topic was only done a couple of years ago by Davies and Reed. And what this review looked at was all the existing studies about withdrawal symptoms, and its findings were quite startling to the field. And what they showed essentially was withdrawal is more common, more severe, and more long-lasting than official guidance had said up until that point. They found that withdrawal symptoms occur in about half of people, no matter what sort of study you're looking at, and that in maybe up to a half of patients to experience withdrawal, these symptoms are severe, and they often last longer than a week or two, with groups of some patients experiencing symptoms that go for months or even years. These findings were reflected in a report put out by Public Health England, the major public health body, finding very, very similar findings. This also led to wider spread recognition by the Royal College of Psychiatrists in England, and also NICE, the producer of guidelines for doctors in England, who both updated their guidance to recognise, first of all, that withdrawal symptoms is the scientifically correct term for what was previously called discontinuation symptoms, which is a helpful step to help understand what is going on, and also that people can experience withdrawal symptoms that are both severe and long-lasting. To its credit, the Royal College of Psychiatrists put out a position statement that advises doctors that they should be informing patients of the possibility of both severe and long-lasting withdrawal symptoms when they stop an antidepressant at the time they're considering starting it. So this should be part of informed consent, that a patient may decide they want to use an antidepressant, but they should be aware of the difficulty that some people have when they're trying to stop it. And so I think there is much more widespread recognition of the trouble people have when stopping these drugs now.
The Davies-Reed research was a game changer, really. I mean, when I think back, I always had the impression that my doctor thought that I was an anomaly. I remember specifically her saying to me, I've lots of people on Seroxat and they're fine. And she seemed mystified by what was happening to me. And I guess that she and most other prescribers just don't see withdrawal because they're not expecting to. And through Davies and Reed, we now know that it is actually more likely than not that you will have some form of withdrawal.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. I think what was one of the most startling findings was how common withdrawal is. And I think you've said it probably correctly about GPs. It's very hard to see something that you haven't been trained to see. And so I think a lot of GPs are seeing a lot of relapse or a lot of return of people's underlying condition because they've been trained to see that rather than to see withdrawal.
Yeah. So where are we now with the understanding of how to stop antidepressants?
So along with the interest in withdrawal, there's also been increasing interest in what is the safest way to stop antidepressants. And I think over the last few years, we've developed a slightly more sophisticated understanding of how to stop antidepressants safely. And this has been based on some studies that have been conducted, a better understanding of the pharmacology, the way these drugs work, but mostly a lot of clinical experience, especially a lot of patient-led experience from the sort of peer support groups that you received advice from that have now proliferated around the internet, with people like Adele Framer at Surviving Antidepressants really contributing to greater understanding of how to come off these drugs more safely. I think it's very well summarized in the guidance put forward by the Royal College of Psychiatry on how to come off antidepressants. And they make some general comments to start with. So this is guidance that was published at the end of 2020. And they recommend, first of all, that patients who have been on antidepressants for more than a few weeks taper off over months or longer, meaning that some people will take years. They suggest going down to very small doses for some patients, perhaps less than 1 milligram before stopping. And they recommend going down in smaller and smaller size reductions as you get to lower doses. And they also advise that people should go down at a rate that the patient can tolerate, and so that the rate should be titrated to what the person can handle. And a little bit of work that we did helped to explain where this guidance came from, that helped to inform the Royal College of Psychiatry guidelines. So a couple of years ago, we looked at the way that antidepressants act on the brain. And this is a graph of a common antidepressant, citalopram, the way it affects the brain, in this case showing its effect on the serotonin transporter, the major target of these drugs in the brain. And what you can see is the relationship between dose of an antidepressant on the bottom axis and the effect on the brain is not a straight line, but it's this curve, what the shape we call a hyperbola. And that tells us something about what happens when you reduce your dose. So a lot of doctors intuitively think that going down by even amounts of dose makes sense. So for example, if someone's on 20 milligrams of citalopram, it seems perfectly reasonable to go down to 15, 10, 5, and then 0 milligrams. But what you can see from this graph is the first reduction from 20 milligrams to 15 milligrams causes this very small decrease in effect on the brain. The reduction from 15 to 10 causes a slightly larger decrease in effect. Going from 10 to 5 will cause a slightly larger effect on the brain, but going down from 5 to 0 will cause this incredibly large change in effect on the brain. And this very much matches what patients report, that as they get down to lower doses, actually, as Stevie mentioned, the withdrawal symptoms get worse. And it's probably because there's larger changes happening to the equilibrium of the brain. These bigger changes are causing bigger disruptions. And so from this, we guess that it makes more sense to reduce antidepressants in such a way that it reduces the effect on the brain by even amounts rather than even amounts of dose. And so to produce even amounts of reduction of effect on the brain, in this case, 20 percentage points, requires this rather peculiar pattern of dose reduction, a hyperbolic pattern of dose reduction, because it matches the curve, where each reduction becomes smaller and smaller. So at first you can reduce by 10 or 15 milligrams, then the next step, reducing by 2.5 milligrams, then by 1.5 milligrams. And the final dose before completely stopping is a very small dose, in this case, 0.8 milligrams, so that the reduction in effect on the brain is not much larger than the effect of those previous dose reductions. And it's from that the guidance on how to come off antidepressants safely has been derived. And that's why the guidance recommends going down by smaller and smaller amounts, down to very low doses before stopping. And in particular, you can approximate these sort of reductions by making proportional dose reductions, which means, for example, reducing dose by 10% or 20% of the most recent dose you've been on each month. So for example, if you're making reductions of 10% a month, the reductions will become smaller and smaller because the total dose you're on gets smaller and smaller. And this guidance is now not just in the Royal College of Psychiatry guidance, but also in NICE guidance that advises all doctors in England. There's also a little bit of evidence that slower tapering is more likely to produce better outcomes. So in a paper that we reviewed, done in Japan, it shows that people who come off antidepressants over 9 months have a lot less trouble with withdrawal than people who come off very quickly. And in fact, in that study, people came off over lengths of time between 1 month and 4 years. And in that way, most of them were able to avoid withdrawal symptoms. So we're understanding that the slower that you go, the less likely you are to have unpleasant withdrawal symptoms. And there's also been some studies using tapering strips, which are small doses of antidepressants that allow you to make this kind of hyperbolic dose reductions. And in a number of studies put out about tapering strips, it's shown that people that were not able to come off their antidepressants by coming down more quickly were able to come off them when they used these smaller doses and went down to very small final doses before stopping. And we now know that some people may take years to come off their drug safely. And this is simply because this is the time it takes for these people's brains to readjust themselves to lower levels of the drug. I might give a couple of examples because that makes it a little bit easier to make sense of what's happening. Here is an example given in the Royal College of Psychiatry guidance that I would consider a fairly rapid reduction. And this is an example of citalopram, and it's suggesting reductions made by 50% every 2 to 4 weeks. So someone who's starting on 40 milligrams of citalopram would halve their dose to 20. If there was no significant symptoms or no very unpleasant withdrawal symptoms, they would then go to 10 milligrams after 2 or 4 weeks, and then halve again. And to achieve this kind of small dose, they would need to split a tablet in half. If withdrawal symptoms were tolerable, they would go for another step down to 2.5 milligrams. By the time you're down to these sort of small doses, tablets will not be small enough to be able to make up these small doses. And so you can either use liquids, which are available in many countries, or other options like tapering strips or compounding pharmacies, which make up small doses. Keep on halving the dose until you got down to that very small dose, so that this final reduction to 0 won't cause a bigger change in effect on the brain as these previous steps. And if things went well with no withdrawal symptoms, you would then stop the medication. Of course, if things didn't go so well, if you had significant withdrawal symptoms, then you want to slow down this reduction and introduce intermediate steps. So you would make, rather than 50% reductions, you might make 25% dose reductions. And if that caused too many withdrawal symptoms, you would go down even slower, down to 10% every 2 to 4 weeks. And if that caused too significant withdrawal symptoms, you go down even slower. An example of an even slower reduction for a drug that's particularly hard to come off, paroxetine, which Stevie knows all too well, is also given as an example in the Royal College of Psychiatry guidance. So this gives an example of reducing by 10% of the most recent dose every 2 to 4 weeks. So in this case, starting on 40 milligrams of paroxetine, the first reduction you'd make is 10% of 40 milligrams, which is 4 milligrams, down to 36 milligrams. Straight away here, there's going to be difficulty making up this exact dose using widely available tablets, which generally come as 10, 20, or 40 milligrams. And so you're going to need to either make up the entire dose with a liquid preparation, which is generally widely available, or a combination of tablets and liquids. Further dose reductions would then be made by reducing by 10% of that dose. So 10% of 36 milligrams is 3.6 milligrams. So now you're down to 32.4, then 10% of that dose. And you can start to see that because these doses are not similar to those easily available as tablets, people will need to be either using liquids, compounding chemists, or tapering strips in order to make these small reductions. You can see the dose gets smaller and smaller, and as you get down to lower doses, the size of the reductions becomes smaller and smaller. And in fact, this is an abbreviated version of it. In this little box here, there are almost 30 further steps as you go down very slowly, 10% a month, down to this very small final dose before stopping. And again, going down to this small dose of this final step down doesn't cause more disruption than the doses beforehand. And so because each of these steps might take a month, going through this process can take several years. And I've certainly seen people who have taken 3, 4, 5 or longer years to come off paroxetine, which is particularly known for its severe withdrawal effects. In fact, it's worth saying some people can't come off even this quickly and will need to come off at half this rate or less. And so some people will have severe withdrawal effects from minor reductions and will need to find a rate slow enough for them to be able to tolerate it. That's a very worthwhile guidance to look at.
What you've been through, Mark, there is, well, it's a brilliant example of the science explaining my experience of trying and so frequently failing to withdraw. Everyone believes that the lower you go, the easier it will be. And intuitively, you can see why. But you've shown that the absolute opposite is true. It sounds like 5 milligrams is a really small dose and that you should be able to stop with no problems. But in actual fact, that really is not the case. And how I got into a cycle of getting down around that, having terrible problems and thinking I've just not done it slowly enough, and going back up. And this became an unpleasant cycle over many years.
Another thing to mention is that although all effort should be made to make the process as tolerable as possible for the patient in all the ways just described, going slowly, titrating the reduction rate to the pace that a patient can tolerate, it is still likely the process will not be without some bumps, at least for some patients. And so for this reason, it's also very helpful to have support and understanding throughout the process from people around them. For some people, the support might be from a professional counsellor, ideally one that is well aware of withdrawal, but for everybody it helps to have family and friends informed about the process, especially because some people will be used to seeing symptoms as a reason to go back on medication. And so educating family and friends about the process of slowly stopping, about withdrawal symptoms, can help to put everybody on the same page so everyone's heading in the same direction. This also applies to other nurses, doctors involved in the person's medical care, because there is such a poor understanding of withdrawal from antidepressants generally. It can lead to all sorts of misinterpretations from people around them. So it's good to keep all relevant medical staff informed. And because it can be a difficult time for people, having support, having understanding from people around them can make a big difference. There's also a range of coping skills that might be useful for someone going through unpleasant withdrawal symptoms, including distraction, mindfulness, light exercise, amongst others, very much depending on what people are used to using to get through difficult times. One thing that can be very helpful is simply to remind people that what they're experiencing is likely to be withdrawal symptoms, that they're transitory, that they will resolve. People can lose perspective sometimes when in the midst of withdrawal symptoms. And there are lots of good resources around for further coping techniques in places like the Withdrawal Project online, and the guidance for psychological therapists also available online, put together by different psychotherapy organizations led by Anne Guy. And another thing that might be useful is for people to plan early on to have their professional and social duties arranged as much as possible around withdrawal, to the extent that that is able to be achieved.
So are there any other tips or tricks that you can give to people to help them avoid the difficulties I had?
Right, so I think you made probably the main point there, which is counterintuitively, as you get to lower doses, you need to slow down your tapering because of the effects of very small doses, which lots of people have learnt the hard way, and we now understand what the neuroscience is underlying that. I think another common error that people make is they work out that going down too quickly causes severe withdrawal effects. And so they think that they will slow the process down by taking drugs every second day or every third day, which makes, again, intuitive sense. You're thinking you're taking less of the drug. But the problem with most antidepressants is they have a half-life of about 1 day. A half-life is the time taken for the body to excrete half the drug. And so if a drug has a half-life of 24 hours, that means your body will get rid of it, will get rid of half of it every 24 hours. If you take such a drug every second day, your blood levels will go down to a quarter of what they normally are. after 1 day, it's down to a half. After 2 days, it's down to a quarter. After 3 days, it's down to 1/8. And that very large decrease in the levels in your body can cause severe withdrawal effects. So I think a lot of GPs with well-meaning intentions give the advice to take drugs every second or third day in order to get down to lower doses. I think that advice often backfires and causes severe withdrawal symptoms. And it's better to take a smaller dose each day. And that necessitates using something like a liquid version of a drug or making up smaller tablets with a compounding pharmacy or with tapering strips. And I think even though that's more trouble, it's much better for the patient. And I think that's worth saying that for safe tapering of most people, they can't do it with currently available tablets because the doses are simply too large. And most people will need access to some form of the drug that allows smaller doses. And that means GPs prescribing things like liquids or other smaller tablet forms. I think another point to make is people assume that it's very easy to come off fluoxetine, which has a longer half-life than other drugs. It might be easier, but fluoxetine can be a tricky drug because withdrawal symptoms are delayed after reducing or stopping the drug, and that can make it harder for people to spot. Drugs with a short half-life like paroxetine are very easy to spot because people feel terrible a day or two afterwards. Whereas if it's 6 or 8 weeks down the track, people often don't put it together in their head. So I don't think fluoxetine has been thought of as being self-tapering because it goes out of your body over a few weeks. But because we know that some people will take months or years to come off these drugs safely, it's not self-tapering enough to just stop it abruptly. And it should also be tapered in much the same way as other drugs. And I think the last point to make is the process of switching from one antidepressant to another is not as simple as it's sometimes presented, because you are in effect withdrawing from one drug in order to get onto the other drug. And so you have the issues with the adverse or side effects of the new drug, but you also have the problem of withdrawing from the first drug. So I think the process of switching is much more complicated than people often think it is.
In my own research and based on the many people in the same situation as me that I've spoken to, what's going to be so vital about all of this is patients actually being believed when they go into their doctors, and a discussion can be had about the fact that they could really be in withdrawal, that this range of symptoms is withdrawal, that doctors will acknowledge that they will believe it, and therefore their families and friends will believe in it too, because it is such a wide range of symptoms. And you touched upon earlier how important it is that there is this new narrative. We're looking for a new narrative in the doctor's surgery, that at the time of first prescribing, that there is a genuine informed consent, so that a fully informed patient is made aware right at the start of the risks and benefits of taking these drugs, which of course could lead people to actually decide that they might not start on the path of taking an antidepressant, that they might try exercise, social prescribing, even the good old wait and see approach, because we've learned that sadness can pass, feelings of sadness, these feelings of emotional distress will pass with time. So, you know, looking back, I wonder if I'd known all of this, whether I would have taken an antidepressant in the first place. But to wrap up, what would you tell a doctor or a patient now? What are the take-home messages so that a person doesn't end up like I did, stuck on an antidepressant for years and struggling with appalling withdrawal?
The main take-home messages are, one, we shouldn't mistake withdrawal for relapse. So feeling anxious or depressed when reducing or stopping antidepressants is not necessarily a sign of relapse. These symptoms are very common in withdrawal, and we should bear that in mind. Tapering antidepressants over much longer periods than we're used to tapering them over, for example, months or sometimes years, for people that are on long-term medications is more likely to be successful than quicker tapering. Number three, when we make reductions, it should be by smaller and smaller amounts. As the total dose gets lower, called proportionate or hyperbolic tapering because of the way the drugs act on the brain. Number 4, some patients will need to go down to very small doses before stopping, for example, a fraction of a milligram for some patients with some antidepressants. Number 5, in order to make the small reductions of antidepressant needed, patients will need access to either liquid versions of the drug or another way to make up small doses, for example, tapering strips. Number 6, very importantly, the rate of tapering should be modified or titrated based on the patient's ability to tolerate the reductions, particularly regarding withdrawal symptoms. And they should be able to go at their own pace. Number 7, with the exception of fluoxetine, the short half-life of most antidepressants means that every other day dosing risks withdrawal symptoms, and it's better to take the same small dose every day. Number 8, there is increasing sources of good guidance, for example, from the Royal College of Psychiatrists, now from NICE. There's guidance in the Maudsley prescribing guidelines, and the IIPDW website is full of useful sources of information. And number 9, although a gradual individualized taper is the best way to minimize distress caused by stopping antidepressants, the people certainly benefit from the support and understanding of their loved ones around them, and from well-informed professionals.
Thank you very much, Mark. You've been through a lot of information there, which I think is going to be really valuable. And that detailed explanation of how the science demonstrates what patients experience is vital to help make sense of what can seem like this wide range of chaotic symptoms, which are in truth a physical response to the absence of the drug, not a growing or enduring mental health problem. And just as you did there, I'm going to re-emphasize that although the science may be constant, human beings are individual and unique, and each person will have a different response to an antidepressant and to its reduction. And it's vital that everyone is enabled and free to go at their own pace. So we hope that this information that we've passed on today has been helpful in providing more of an insight into the difficulties that some people may have when coming off antidepressants, and how to be able to recognize those difficulties when you might not have seen them in the past, and how to support other people through this process. So this film was made on behalf of the International Institute for Psychiatric Drug Withdrawal. We are a not-for-profit organization. We rely on your donations to help us keep our organization going, including our website. So if you found this video useful, please consider supporting our work. We are at iipdw.org. And by donating, you'll be helping to add to the growing call for an informed global response to the issues of psychiatric drug withdrawal. Thank you and goodbye. Well, hello again, everybody out there. Thank you very much for watching our film. There are questions. This is the time now for questions and answers. Inevitably, the majority of them, and quite rightly so, are for Mark, who is the expert on this subject. But there are one or two which I think that I can possibly address. Couple that have come up about whether the particular video that we've just shown you is going to be made available to the public, and it will be. You will find it eventually on our website at a time as yet hasn't been agreed, but it will be soon. But I need to give you a heads up that we will be asking for donations. You saw me asking for donations at the end of the video there, and we would respectfully ask that for anybody who does watch it, please consider donating to us. We are a charity. We are a not-for-profit organization. I seem to have trouble saying that. So please go to iipdw.org and donate. And that takes me quite neatly on to the next question, which a couple of people have asked. Are we going to be doing something similar on antipsychotic tapering? And I can see absolutely no reason why not, except for we need to be able to fund it, which brings me neatly back to please donate to the IIPDW. The last question I am going to fail to answer probably, but is one that someone has asked: why, even though this information and guidelines have impacted UK policy, I'm assuming NICE guidelines are being referred to there, has our work not translated into the USA and the World Health Organization? And the person who posted this question has said that they're based in the USA, and because USA domestic policy does greatly affect international policy, for better or for worse. And that is a very fair point. And I'm going to couch this again in saying that I don't know the answer for sure. However, my feeling about this, and from things that I've heard, is that one of the things that we here in the UK are very fortunate to have is that is representation at government level. So here in the UK, we have an all-party parliamentary group for prescribed drug dependence. And that group, made up of parliamentarians, they were the people who managed to persuade Public Health England to carry out a review of prescribed drug dependence in this country. And that was absolutely fundamental to moving things forward. Unfortunately, COVID got a bit in the way, but we still have cogs and wheels in motion to give people more and more information about prescribed drug dependence, and hopefully eventually to enable us to have a website and a helpline. As I say, it's work in progress at the moment, but we're getting somewhere. Now, my understanding from hearing people like Laura Delano and talking to Angie Peacock, who has been instrumental in getting the Medicating Normal film available in the USA and shown throughout the world, I believe, is that in the USA you don't have anything at state level. So in the USA, you are working from the ground up. We indeed are working from the ground up, but we have a voice at a higher level, which inevitably is hugely beneficial. And I cannot say how important the all-party parliamentary group for prescribed drug dependence is to our campaign and our cause. And although we haven't, I believe, influenced the World Health Organization, I'd like to add in here that the IIPDW has managed to have a small influence on the Council of Europe. They have put out draft guidelines to the countries involved in the Council of Europe as to what needs to be done with providing services for prescribed drug dependence in Europe. And as a consequence, we managed to get some alteration to the wording of the draft guidelines to make it, we hope, mandatory that the countries will provide specialist support services for people requiring help with prescribed drug dependence. And that, if it happens, will be absolutely astonishing. And I hope that we will continue as an international institute to have that sort of influence worldwide. And again, you becoming part of that, becoming affiliated to us or associated with us and donating to us will help the work that we can do. I think now that the person who can take on the rest of the questions is going to be Mark, and so I'll hand over to him.
Okay, thanks Stevie. So I guess we've got 20 minutes or so. I'll try to go through a few of the questions that have been asked. Some of them are difficult ones. So there's a lot of questions about antipsychotic withdrawal. Is there research being done on that is one of the questions, and the answer is yes. At the moment, there's a trial being conducted in England. It's coming, actually, it's at the end of its, it's been going for now 6 years, called the RADAR trial, run by Joanna Moncrief, a psychiatrist here, looking at stopping antipsychotics in people with psychotic disorders over a year or two, done slowly compared to staying on medication long term. There are other studies around the world that are happening. There are studies happening in Denmark, in Holland, and in Australia. So people are looking at that. What is the best way to stop antipsychotics? What is the effect on people long term? Someone's asked, why is there no nice guidance on stopping antipsychotics when there is guidance on these other drug classes? And that is a very unfortunate decision by NICE, that they would only put out guidance for the drugs that were included in the Public Health England review. That means there's now guidance on how to stop antidepressants, benzodiazepines, Z drugs, gabapentinoids and opioids, but they excluded antipsychotics, which is a very big oversight. They say that it would be included in an update of the schizophrenia guidelines, but there's no indication of when that might happen. It might be worth writing to NICE to ask them to include such a thing, because it's something that the IIPW has been advocating for, and actually so was the Royal College of Psychiatrists. So there's a lot of people who would like some guidance on how to stop antipsychotics. There's a question about why some people are able to stop antidepressants without any side effects, especially given what Robert Whitaker has said. And I guess this is something Robert talked a lot about, that in the long term, antidepressants may not be particularly helpful for outcomes. It's a slightly different idea from, are they difficult to stop? So whether they're effective or not is a little bit different from, are they hard to stop or not? For example, you could say that drinking alcohol may not be very effective for depression, but still can be very hard to stop. So those are sort of two different dimensions. In essence, there's no research on why do some people have a difficult time stopping antidepressants and why do other people have no trouble. It would probably make sense that the more physical dependence or more adapted to the drug someone becomes, the more likely they are to have withdrawal problems. And that might be affected by things like how quickly people metabolize antidepressants. So if you have liver enzymes that quickly remove antidepressants from your body, it means your brain is exposed to much less. You might adapt, therefore, less to the drugs and become less physically dependent on those drugs, and therefore have an easier time stopping, and vice versa. There are probably all sorts of individual differences that explain that haven't been researched. So we don't know, but it is clear there's a wide variation in how significant people's withdrawal symptoms are. Someone is saying all this information should be included in medical school training. Couldn't agree more with you. It's certainly not a part of training now. I like to say that the first lecture that I heard about stopping psychiatric drugs was one that I gave. I've asked about tapering strips. I've given you a link to the tapering strips website, which answers a lot of those questions. I've been asked what is being done in academia, medical practice, and medical training to counter pharma's deceitful marketing terminology of discontinuation as opposed to withdrawal. The former slyly and falsely communicates that withdrawal is rare and unique to the individual drug consumers instead of being a common occurrence with common symptoms. So it's certainly a euphemism that came from the the marketing division of drug companies. I think this points to a very big difference between England and America. In England, it's officially used less and less. There was a paper written that in the British Journal of Psychiatry that we shouldn't use the term discontinuation symptoms any longer. We should use the term withdrawal symptoms because it's a recognizable pharmacological term that has meaning. And in official documents now, the Royal College of Psychiatrists in England and NICE use the term withdrawal symptoms. So I still hear it being used by doctors in conversation, but it seems to be changing. Whereas when I read any articles from America, they still use discontinuation symptoms. So I guess there are different levels of independent scientific researchers in England and America. There's a lot more commercial influence in America than there is in England. Sorry. Oh, I see. Well, just walk behind me, that's all right. So then there's a question about, can you talk a little bit about, this is probably a key question for people, can you talk a little bit about why people, even if they taper appropriately and slowly, still experience severe and long-lasting withdrawal symptoms? So the first thing to say is nobody understands why people experience such severe and long-lasting withdrawal symptoms. I think I mentioned in the video that it may be the time taken for the brain to go back to its pre-drug state, and that the length of time it takes for that to happen explains why there are withdrawal symptoms. The difference between what the brain expects and what the brain is being given exists for as long as it takes for the brain to readapt to lower levels. There are all sorts of other theories about why people may have withdrawal symptoms. Some people think it may represent injury to the brain that takes a period of time to repair. Other people think there are all sorts of downstream effects. So I think I highlighted serotonin receptors in the video, but of course, serotonin receptors affect other neurotransmitters in the brain, noradrenaline, dopamine. There are all sorts of downstream effects because everything in the brain is interconnected. And so people have talked about effects on the autonomic nervous system or on myriad other processes in the brain. And so it's very hard to understand why people have such long-lasting withdrawal symptoms. We think, really this is from patient experience, that people who taper more slowly are less likely to have severe or long-lasting withdrawal symptoms. And that's because if you taper slowly enough, the brain is given time to reset to a lower level of drug before you make the next reduction. The idea being that the equilibrium is being disturbed a little bit each time rather than all at once, and that's less likely to cause catastrophic downstream effects. But that hasn't been proven. I think in my experience, patients who go quicker are more likely to have severe effects. I think that the people who are most likely to have severe long-lasting effects are people who stop their drugs abruptly. So that is, in my mind, the worst way to stop psychiatric drugs, including antidepressants. Whenever anybody says they've tapered slowly, I'm always curious as to how slow that is. I think some people think slow might be a few months, whereas I think for some people, slow needs to be a few years, especially after long-term use and especially after drugs that have very significant withdrawal potential. So that was a very long answer to say, we really don't know. It seems that tapering slowly is less likely to cause severe effects, but no guarantee maybe that you'll avoid those effects. Still what I recommend to people, because even following an individual going either quicker or slower, I've seen many times that going more quickly causes more severe effects. And if they slow down, things improve. So that leads me to conclude that going slower is better, but it's really hard to be very sure. Okay, a whole bunch of new questions have popped up that look like they're historical questions. Let me see. There's a question about with benzos, it is said that it takes weeks to develop dependence and tapering needs to look different after that, slower because of more brain adjustments. Do you have numbers for the time frame for antidepressants and antipsychotics? What would be considered a short time use when tapering still could be faster? Again, there's been very little research on how long it takes the brain to adapt to the use of these drugs. There's in a survey of people who had trouble stopping antidepressants, there was evidence of a gradient. That means that the longer people were on the drugs, the more likely they were to have withdrawal symptoms and for those symptoms to be severe. And from that survey, which may not be representative of everybody out there, for people who were on the drugs, these are antidepressants, for about 3 months, about 1/5 of them had severe withdrawal effects, as in a smaller proportion, though not nothing. Whereas people who were on the drugs for more than 3 years, about 1/2 of those people had severe withdrawal effects. And that seems to indicate that the longer you're on the drugs, the more likely you are to have severe withdrawal effects on stopping, and therefore it makes more sense to make reductions more slowly. I would say, so although I couldn't say it's something happens at 4 weeks or at 8 weeks, I would say it is likely that the longer you're on the drugs, the more likely you are to have trouble stopping them, and therefore you should try to stop them more slowly. My answer to anybody when they ask, how fast can I reduce? So the best way to work that out is to make a small reduction to see what the effect is for a few weeks. If that was fine, to make either the same size reduction as a proportion of the most recent dose or something a bit larger. If that was troublesome, then to make a smaller reduction the next time by proportion of the dose. In other words, it's very hard to pick how someone will tolerate withdrawal just by looking at them, and the best way, or just by knowing what drug they're on or how long they've been on it for, although you could make an estimation. And so the best way is just to do a test reduction, see what the effect is, and use that to work out what reductions to make next. People are asking which drug they should taper first if they're on several drugs. Again, there's been no research on that. I think the best answer is to stop the drug that you think is causing you the most trouble, or if you're unsure, to stop the drug that is said to have the most harm. So if you're talking about an antipsychotic versus an antidepressant, well, in general, antipsychotics tend to have more severe adverse effects than antidepressants do, so you might consider stopping an antipsychotic first, but it's really up to an individual. So again, I'm getting all the tough questions here. Can you explain the sort of honeymoon period after tapering where you feel good, but then withdrawal hits weeks later? So it's worth highlighting because actually a few people have mentioned that in the chat that I saw. They had withdrawal symptoms that came on weeks or months after stopping. There are some drugs that makes very clear sense for. So drugs with long half-lives like fluoxetine take weeks and sometimes a couple of months to leave the bloodstream, and therefore it makes sense that withdrawal effects will be delayed. But I've certainly heard of that occurring even in drugs with short half-lives, that you would expect to have left the body in a few days, and therefore withdrawal effects should occur within a few days. It's possible, there's a few possible explanations. One, the drug tends to stick around in the brain a little bit longer than it does in the blood. So there's a little bit of buffering where it takes longer to diffuse out of the brain into the blood, and that might explain a small delay. The other reason is that there may be downstream things happening that take days for changes to register, but really this hasn't been researched, so it's not obvious what the physiological mechanism is. But I think at this point I've heard too many people having had that experience to dismiss it. It certainly does. It is certainly something that happens, and I urge clinicians to be aware of this delay in the onset of withdrawal symptoms. Sometimes it's extremely clear that it's withdrawal, even though it's delayed, because people are having electric zaps or dizziness or symptoms that are very distinct from their underlying condition. And you know, it certainly merits more research, but people shouldn't be dismissed out of hand because withdrawal symptoms are delayed after stopping. People are asking about how to get antipsychotics turned into liquid. Some antipsychotics are available in liquid form. It depends what country you're in. I know in England, about 90% of antipsychotics are available in liquid form, and I think it's much the same in America. Someone's asking, is coming off antipsychotics, does it follow the same principles? And the answer is yes, it would make sense that it would be the same principles for similar reasons. People who stop antipsychotics more gradually in studies are less likely to have relapse, and it's quite possible that withdrawal effects from antipsychotics can look like relapse, which is an argument for gradual tapering. The graphs that were shown in the video, that sort of hyperbola, where very small doses of a drug have significant effects on the brain, is not just true for citalopram or just antidepressants, that actually that pattern of effects is true for antipsychotics and other psychiatric drugs. And so it makes sense to take the same approach of reducing by a percentage of the most recent dose. So 10% a month or 20% a month, depending on what you can tolerate. So the same principles do apply. Steve, are there any pressing questions that jump out at you that I haven't looked at? I'm scanning through now a few dozen questions.
Well, we have just over 5 minutes before the end, and there is one question I specifically would like to answer, but that isn't going to take 5 minutes. So if there is one more, is there one more there that you have spotted that you think it would be of value to answer? She says, squinting at the small print.
People are asking for names to follow, so I may as well direct them to some of my brilliant colleagues. There are people like Russell Razak in England who are looking at open dialogue approaches in a randomized controlled trial for people in crisis circumstances with in mental health in emergency departments. Jonah Moncrief, who's talking tomorrow, is doing work on stopping antipsychotics and different ways of understanding distress and medication. Probably all know John Reed, who spoke earlier today. Sami Tamimi's doing a lot of work on different ways of understanding ADHD in youth. Magnus Hold will talk tomorrow, who's involved in drug-free treatment of people with psychotic conditions, other conditions. I'm sure there are many more. I'll think of some more names and I'll put them in the chat. I'll hand over to Steve.
Okay, thanks, Mark. Well, there was one final question which I'm going to pick up on, which is from my friend and fellow campaigner Marion Brown, who has asked, is the IIPDW going to share this video with the Royal College of GPs in the UK? Because it is extremely concerning that the NICE guidance for chronic pain now recommends antidepressants as the only pharmaceutical treatment for chronic primary pain. And it is, I mean, it's scandalous that they have done that, but of course, anything to avoid the opioid crisis in America, I guess. But unfortunately, yes, pointing prescribers in the direction of antidepressants. Well, the answer to that question is yes. I'm very happy to say that the answer to that question is yes. Mark and I have written an article which is going to be published in the Royal College, the British Journal of GP's Life magazine on the 18th of May. And in that article, we describe what the situation is with the new NICE guidelines, how specific information about specific tapering is absent from those guidelines, and how this video will fill that gap. And so they will learn about that, the points about the video, and a link to the actual video, which I'm sure, Marion, you will agree is a major result to get them to do that. So I'm very, very pleased to be able to announce that to you. Okay, well, we're coming up to 8:30 and it's the end of day one of this conference. Thank you so very much for coming along to this. I hope that, well, we in the Institute hope very much that you have found it valuable, found it stimulating. We're going to start tomorrow at the same time as today in whatever part of your world, the world that you are in. And Mark has already mentioned that Joanna Moncrief will be talking tomorrow about the myth of the chemical cure, and that will be an absolutely fascinating talk. And Magnus Halt, again, talking about drug-free treatment in his country of Norway. And then we will invite you to a discussion, if you'd like to join us, a discussion group where we're interested in your views as to what needs to change in the current system. What are your ideas for change? So thank you so very much, and good morning, good afternoon, or good night, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you very much.